My name is Melissa Ncia. I'm the Director of Portfolio for Mest Africa. The Mest Africa Challenge is a pan-African competition that allows for exciting and innovative ideas to get additional support in winning the ultimate prize. So this year's prize includes investment into the winner, as well as support through partnerships and continued mentorship. We've had several different types of startups come through. Of course, we've had our favorite regulars, the fintech startups coming in, which was, great, some really, really great ideas and solutions. We also had several companies come through in the area of edutech, which is becoming more and more popular, logistics, around logistics and supply, and of course, health tech. We've seen a couple of companies in that space as well. There's several indicators, right? But I'll just talk about a few that we tend to look out for. And the first thing I would start with is just a burning desire, right? Or just a passion to solve a critical challenge. And you typically will find that as you engage with the founders. What was the reason for starting the business? What is the real mission of the business? And how closely are they attached to the problem they're solving and understanding that problem? I would say that's the ground level, right? Because when you have that passion towards solving a challenge that means something to you, it's just about getting the resources together towards solving it, right? So I would say the number one thing is just the passion and dedication of the leader. Secondly, I would just say is traction, right? I think the market speaks for itself, that businesses that tend to garnish a lot of interest, right, without too much heavy marketing, that tends to be a very good early stage of a problem that many people are waiting for a solution. So they're willing to at least try this solution. I think that's another good signal that we look out for. I would say leadership development and talent management. I find that there's a lot of support coming into this region more and more in that area, because I think there is a realization that there's just so much ripe talent in Africa for the tech industry, right? So how do we develop that talent to be able to meet the need, right, that the market has? So I would say that there's a lot of support there as well. Mest, for example, is 100% committed to really dedicating time to building the leader. So aside from financial support, there's a lot of support in terms of workshops, different mentor series, different coaching, mentorship, to really build leaders that are able to drive these companies. In terms of the strengths of the ecosystems, we can talk about them as a group and individually. I think for Ghana specifically, Ghana has a really ripe talent pool of young, energetic, and creative people. So that is a strength that I think can just not be ignored. My name is Melissa Ncia. I'm the Director of Portfolio for Mest Africa. The Mest Africa Challenge is a pan-African competition that allows for exciting and innovative ideas to get additional support in winning the ultimate prize. So this year's prize includes investment into the winner, as well as support through partnerships and continued mentorship. We've had several different types of startups come through. Of course, we've had our favorite regulars, the fintech startups coming in, which was, great, some really, really great ideas and solutions. We also had several companies come through in the area of edutech, which is becoming more and more popular, logistics, around logistics and supply, and of course, health tech. We've seen a couple of companies in that space as well. There's several indicators, right? But I'll just talk about a few that we tend to look out for. And the first thing I would start with is just a burning desire, right? Or just a passion to solve a critical challenge. And you typically will find that as you engage with the founders. What was the reason for starting the business? What is the real mission of the business? And how closely are they attached to the problem they're solving and understanding that problem? I would say that's the ground level, right? Because when you have that passion towards solving a challenge that means something to you, it's just about getting the resources together towards solving it, right? So I would say the number one thing is just the passion and dedication of the leader. Secondly, I would just say is traction, right? I think the market speaks for itself, that businesses that tend to garnish a lot of interest, right, without too much heavy marketing. That tends to be a very good early stage of a problem that many people are waiting for a solution. So they're willing to at least try this solution. I think that's another good signal that we look out for. I would say leadership development and talent management. I find that there's a lot of support coming into this region more and more in that area because I think there is a realization that there's just so much ripe talent in Africa for the tech industry, right? So how do we develop that talent to be able to meet the need, right, that the market has? So I would say that there's a lot of support there as well. Mest, for example, is 100% committed to really dedicating time to building the leader. So aside from financial support, there's a lot of support in terms of workshops, different mentor series, different coaching, mentorship, to really build leaders that are able to drive these companies. In terms of the strengths of the ecosystems, we can talk about them as a group and individually. I think for Ghana specifically, Ghana has a really ripe talent pool of young, energetic, and creative people. So that is a strength that I think can just not be ignored. My name is Melissa Nsia. I'm the Director of Portfolio for Mest Africa. The Mest Africa Challenge is a pan-African competition that allows for exciting and innovative ideas to get additional support in winning the ultimate prize. So this year's prize includes investment into the winner, as well as support through partnerships and continued mentorship. We've had several different types of startups come through. Of course, we've had our favorite regulars, the fintech startups coming in, which was, great, some really, really great ideas and solutions. We also had several companies come through in the area of edutech, which is becoming more and more popular, logistics, around logistics and supply, and of course, health tech. We've seen a couple of companies in that space as well. There's several indicators, right? But I'll just talk about a few that we tend to look out for. And the first thing I would start with is just a burning desire, right? Or just a passion to solve a critical challenge. And you typically will find that as you engage with the founders. What was the reason for starting the business? What is the real mission of the business? And how closely are they attached to the problem they're solving and understanding that problem? I would say that's the ground level, right? Because when you have that passion towards solving a challenge that means something to you, it's just about getting the resources together towards solving it, right? So I would say the number one thing is just the passion and dedication of the leader. Secondly, I would just say is traction, right? I think the market speaks for itself, that businesses that tend to garnish a lot of interest, right, without too much heavy marketing. That tends to be a very good early stage of a problem that many people are waiting for a solution. So they're willing to at least try this solution. I think that's another good signal that we look out for. I would say leadership development and talent management. I find that there's a lot of support coming into this region more and more in that area because I think there is a realization that there's just so much ripe talent in Africa for the tech industry, right? So how do we develop that talent to be able to meet the need, right, that the market has? So I would say that there's a lot of support there as well. Mest, for example, is 100% committed to really dedicating time to building the leader. So aside from financial support, there's a lot of support in terms of workshops, different mentor series, different coaching, mentorship, to really build leaders that are able to drive these companies. In terms of the strengths of the ecosystems, we can talk about them as a group and individually. I think for Ghana specifically, Ghana has a really ripe talent pool of young, energetic, and creative people. So that is a strength that I think can just not be ignored.
I'm excited that Tumela has qualified for the country's final.
When I got the mail, I couldn't believe it. I had to even forward it to my teammates. And Chris, in particular, was just shouting, "Yes, yes, we got it!"
What? Congrats! Congrats, bro! Congrats! Hey, high five, bro! Congrats!
I'm Chiwindu and I'm the founder of Bridge Merchants Enterprise, and I'm glad to be part of the Mest African Challenge finalists. Yay!
Congratulations. We're happy to inform you that you've qualified for the country finals of Mest Africa Challenge.
I'm excited that Tuela has qualified for the country's final.
When I got the mail, I couldn't believe it. I had to even forward it to my teammates. And Chris, in particular, was just shouting, "Yes, yes, we got it!"
What? Congrats! Congrats, bro! Congrats! Hey, high five, bro! Congrats!
I'm Chiwindu and I'm the founder of Bridge Merchants Enterprise, and I'm glad to be part of the Mest African Challenge finalists. Yay!
Congratulations. We're happy to inform you that you've qualified for the country finals of Mest Africa Challenge.
I'm excited that Tuela has qualified for the country's final.
When I got the mail, I couldn't believe it. I had to even forward it to my teammates. And Chris, in particular, was just shouting, "Yes, yes, we got it!"
What? Congrats! Congrats, bro! Congrats! Hey, high five, bro! Congrats!
I'm Chiwindu and I'm the founder of Bridge Merchants Enterprise, and I'm glad to be part of the Mest African Challenge finalists. Yay!
Congratulations. We're happy to inform you that you've qualified for the country finals of Mest Africa Challenge.
I'm excited that Tuela has qualified for the country's final.
When I got the mail, I couldn't believe it. I had to even forward it to my teammates. And Chris, in particular, was just shouting, "Yes, yes, we got it!"
What? Congrats! Congrats, bro! Congrats! Hey, high five, bro! Congrats!
I'm Chiwindu and I'm the founder of Bridge Merchants Enterprise, and I'm glad to be part of the Mest African Challenge finalists. Yay!
Congratulations. We're happy to inform you that you've qualified for the country finals of Mest Africa Challenge.
My name is Melissa Nsia. I'm the Director of Portfolio for Mest Africa. The Mest Africa Challenge is a pan-African competition that allows for exciting and innovative ideas to get additional support in winning the ultimate prize. So this year's prize includes investment into the winner as well as support through
In terms of new trends across the ecosystem, since the pandemic, and also since the reduction of stock market for health tech companies across the globe, there's been a huge appetite for investment in mobility, climate tech, and more aspects. I don't want to say something in general, but it depends on the country ecosystem. But overall, there's been obviously been a huge growth in incubators, accelerators, and more recently, a big surge in venture studios. It really depends on the maturity of the market. Investors on the continent sometimes assign stages of investment to company on the continent, which would be much earlier. So I'll give a very simple example. A Nigerian company raising a $10 million round can say, oh, this is my Series A. But actually, that would be a pre-seed for somebody in Silicon Valley. Just the amount of money, etc., depending on the stage of evolution, right? So that's sometimes the challenge I see in investors trying to pin down, letters or stages of investment that really don't correspond to their reality. Pretty simply, pre-seed means just you've done an MVP. Seed is that usually you've got a product and a service that is in the market where you starting to see, maybe early revenue or not. But then when you get to Series A, you must have proven that there's a product market fit, and then you're generating some sort of revenue, and maybe even better if you're profitable. So usually that is it. And that really differs in terms of amount, country by country on the continent.
My name is Horatio Dodo with Absa Bank Ghana, currently the head of Alternate Business. Innovations thriving in Africa currently is basically leveraging around the customer behavior, the things that customers want. My top 3 or 4 would be around lending solutions, especially around micro lending, instant loans, peer-to-peer, more around the virtual cards, remittances coming straight into your bank accounts. Group savings is becoming very topical of late. And I think the last one being KYC light related products, where customers don't need to go through the full onboarding processes to be able to open bank accounts or wallets. Support available to entrepreneurs at the moment would be access to our API infrastructure. We believe that this would make fintechs be able to scale and have access to enterprise solutions as is on the market at the moment. Also in ABSA, we're ready to fund in partnership with Mest. We gave a couple of funds out during the last hackathon that we did. And the final one will be access to loans. Those will be my top 3 support that we're giving to. The strengths, I would say, across the ecosystem would be the support from the regulator. And I think the fintechs have understood each other and they're able to form consortiums to be able to churn out large solutions. Key would be what's been done to support the Ghana.gov infrastructure, for instance. So I think a lot of co-creation and partnerships is happening on the markets. Partnering Mest for the Mest African Challenge was an easy decision. I think it had to do with brand affinity. Mest has an entrepreneurial mindset. ABSA also has the same. So it made sense for the two of us to find a way of coming together to be able to make Mest African Challenge a success. My name is Orisha Dodo with ABSA Bank Ghana, currently the head of Alternate Business. Innovations thriving in Africa currently is basically leveraging around the customer behavior, the things that customers want. My top 3 or 4 would be around lending solutions, especially around micro-lending, instant loans, peer-to-peer, more around the virtual cards, remittances coming straight into your bank accounts. Group savings is becoming very topical of late. And I think the last one being KYC light related products, where customers don't need to go through the full onboarding processes to be able to open bank accounts or wallets. Support available to entrepreneurs at the moment would be access to our API infrastructure. We believe that this would make fintechs be able to scale and have access to enterprise solutions as is on the market at the moment. Also in ABSA, we're ready to fund in partnership with Mest. We gave a couple of funds out during the last hackathon that we did. And the final one will be access to loans. Those will be my top 3 support that we're giving to. The strengths, I would say, across the ecosystem would be the support from the regulator. And I think the fintechs have understood each other and they're able to form consortiums to be able to churn out large solutions. Key would be what's been done to support the Ghana.gov infrastructure, for instance. So I think a lot of co-creation and partnerships is happening on the markets. Partnering Mest for the Mest African Challenge was an easy decision. I think it had to do with brand affinity. Mest has an entrepreneurial mindset. ABSA also has the same. So it made sense for the two of us to find a way of coming together to be able to make Mest African Challenge a success. My name is Orisha Dodo with ABSA Bank Ghana, currently the head of Alternate Business. Innovations thriving in Africa currently is basically leveraging around the customer behavior, the things that customers want. My top 3 or 4 would be around lending solutions, especially around micro-lending, instant loans, peer-to-peer, more around the virtual cards, remittances coming straight into your bank accounts. Group savings is becoming very topical of late. And I think the last one being KYC light related products, where customers don't need to go through the full onboarding processes to be able to open bank accounts or wallets. Support available to entrepreneurs at the moment would be access to our API infrastructure. We believe that this would make fintechs be able to scale and have access to enterprise solutions as is on the market at the moment. Also in ABSA, we're ready to fund in partnership with Mest. We gave a couple of funds out during the last hackathon that we did. And the final one will be access to loans. Those will be my top 3 support that we're giving to. The strengths, I would say, across the ecosystem would be the support from the regulator. And I think the fintechs have understood each other and they're able to form consortiums to be able to churn out large solutions. Key would be what's been done to support the Ghana.gov infrastructure, for instance. So I think a lot of co-creation and partnerships is happening on the markets. Partnering Mest for the Mest African Challenge was an easy decision. I think it had to do with brand affinity. Mest has an entrepreneurial mindset. ABSA also has the same. So it made sense for the two of us to find a way of coming together to be able to make Mest African Challenge a success. My name is Orisho Dodo with ABSA Bank Ghana, currently the head of Alternate Business. Innovation thriving in Africa currently is basically leveraging around the customer behavior, the things that customers want. My top 3 or 4 would be around lending solutions, especially around micro-lending, instant loans, peer-to-peer, more around the virtual cards, remittances coming straight into your bank accounts. Group savings is becoming very topical of late. And I think the last one being KYC light related products, where customers don't need to go through the full onboarding processes to be able to open bank accounts or wallets. Support available to entrepreneurs at the moment would be access to our API infrastructure. We believe that this would make fintechs be able to scale and have access to enterprise solutions as is on the market at the moment. Also in ABSA, we're ready to fund in partnership with Mest. We gave a couple of funds out during the last hackathon that we did. And the final one will be access to loans. Those will be my top 3 support that we're giving to. The strengths, I would say, across the ecosystem would be the support from the regulator. And I think the fintechs have understood each other and they're able to form consortiums to be able to churn out large solutions. Key would be what's been done to support the Ghana.gov infrastructure, for instance. So I think a lot of co-creation and partnerships is happening on the markets. Partnering Mest for the Mest African Challenge was an easy decision. I think it had to do with brand affinity. Mest has an entrepreneurial mindset. ABSA also has the same. So it made sense for the two of us to find a way of coming together to be able to make Mest African Challenge a success.
When we talk about Africa's startup scene and we think about innovation, we're really thinking about technology, we're thinking about young people, and we're thinking about local knowledge. Anything to do with innovation, technology is definitely at the forefront. So currently we're seeing so many startups that have infused technology into their operations. So in terms of the trends that we're seeing in the startup ecosystem in Africa, there are several. For us, what we've observed at the macro level is that there is a real push towards certain markets when it comes to VC investments. The lion's share of the investments that were going into Africa were concentrated on 4 markets last year. Around about 92% of the investment was going to Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya. Besides funding, the sort of support that's available to entrepreneurs on the continent are several. I know that we hear a lot about funding, but there are other things that are equally important. And I'd say chief among those is relationships. Relationships, I think, permeate so many different levels, from entrepreneurs being able to co-support, so plugging into different ecosystems, different networks where they can meet with other entrepreneurs to problem solve and problem share. That's super important. But also the relationships with investors. The challenges that are in the Nigerian ecosystem are not too dissimilar to what I've noticed in Ghana in terms of building trust, the need for that. And also from a regulatory standpoint, I would say that in Nigeria, what we've observed recently is, whilst of course Nigeria is one of the big four, it's one of the countries that has been attracting the most amount of investment in the last few years, obviously because of the size of the population, FDI and so forth. From a political standpoint, there have been certain regulatory pronouncements and regulations that have been pretty difficult for the space. For instance, the banning of Twitter and also the banning of cryptocurrencies and so forth. So these are things that actually make the ecosystem nervous in a way. It makes the investors nervous. I would say that early stage startup investment in Africa differs as compared to other markets with regards to the type of funding. Within the African context, you see far less in terms of family and friends funding than you do in a non-African context. We've seen that and the data supports that. We also see that when it comes to angel investment, there's far less angel investment going towards African startups and also VC investment than you are seeing in a non-African context. And I think that has to do with a few things. The sorts of things that investors should consider when investing in Africa, not too dissimilar to the sorts of things that they would look at when looking at any type of investment. They want to see that there'll be a financial return, and they want to see that they are investing in companies that are bona fide. They're investing in companies that have longevity, that where you see the startup founders are competent, where there's strong leadership. So these are things that permeate across continents and countries. The final insights that I would share are that this is an exciting time. In spite of the fact that there are challenges that we're going through as a people, as humanity, I feel that on the continent, people are innovating really fast. They are looking at their local issues and trying to solve them in a way that is innovative, exciting.
My name is Melissa Nsia. I'm the Director of Portfolio for Mest Africa. The Mest Africa Challenge is a pan-African competition that allows for exciting and innovative ideas to get additional support in winning the ultimate prize. So this year's prize includes investment into the winner, as well as support through partnerships and continued mentorship. We've had several different types of startups come through. Of course, we've had our favorite regulars, the fintech startups coming in, which was, great, some really, really great ideas and solutions. We also had several companies come through in the area of edutech, which is becoming more and more popular, logistics, around logistics and supply, and of course, health tech. We've seen a couple of companies in that space as well. There's several indicators, right? But I'll just talk about a few that we tend to look out for. And the first thing I would start with is just a burning desire, right? Or just a passion to solve a critical challenge. And you typically will find that as you engage with the founders. What was the reason for starting the business? What is the real mission of the business? And how closely are they attached to the problem they're solving and understanding that problem? I would say that's the ground level, right? Because when you have that passion towards solving a challenge that means something to you, it's just about getting the resources together towards solving it, right? So I would say the number one thing is just the passion and dedication of the leader. Secondly, I would just say is traction, right? I think the market speaks for itself, that businesses that tend to garnish a lot of interest, right, without too much heavy marketing. That tends to be a very good early stage of a problem that many people are waiting for a solution. So they're willing to at least try this solution. I think that's another good signal that we look out for. I would say leadership development and talent management. I find that there's a lot of support coming into this region more and more in that area, because I think there is a realization that there's just so much ripe talent in Africa for the tech industry, right? So how do we develop that talent to be able to meet the need, right, that the market has? So I would say that there's a lot of support there as well. Mest, for example, is 100% committed to really dedicating time to building the leader. So aside from financial support, there's a lot of support in terms of workshops, different mentor series, different coaching, mentorship, to really build leaders that are able to drive these companies. In terms of the strengths of the ecosystems, we can talk about them as a group and individually. I think for Ghana specifically, Ghana has a really ripe talent pool of young, energetic, and creative people. So that is a strength that I think can just not be ignored.
My name is Suresh Ododo with Absa Bank Ghana, currently the head of Alternate Business. Innovations thriving in Africa currently is basically leveraging around the customer behavior, the things that customers want. My top 3 or 4 would be around lending solutions, especially around micro-lending, instant loans, peer-to-peer, more around the virtual cards, remittances coming straight into your bank accounts. Group savings is becoming very topical of late. And I think the last one being KYC light related products, where customers don't need to go through the full onboarding processes to be able to open bank accounts or wallets. Support available to entrepreneurs at the moment would be access to our API infrastructure. We believe that this would make fintechs be able to scale and have access to enterprise solutions as is on the market at the moment. Also in Absa, we're ready to fund in partnership with Mest. We gave a couple of funds out during the last hackathon that we did. And the final one will be access to loans. Those will be my top 3 support that we're giving to. The strengths, I would say, across the ecosystem would be the support from the regulator. And I think the fintechs have understood each other and they're able to form consortiums to be able to churn out large solutions. Key would be what's been done to support the Ghana.gov infrastructure, for instance. So I think a lot of co-creation and partnerships is happening on the markets. Partnering Mest for the Mest African Challenge was an easy decision. I think it had to do with brand affinity. Mest has an entrepreneurial mindset. Absa also has the same. So it made sense for the two of us to find a way of coming together to be able to make Mest African Challenge a success.
In terms of new trends across the ecosystem, since the pandemic and also since the reduction in stock markets for health tech companies across the globe, there has been a huge appetite for investment in mobility, climate tech, and more ag tech, actually. So I don't want to say something too general, but depends on country ecosystems. But overall, there's obviously been a huge growth in incubators, accelerators, and more recently, a big surge in venture studios. It really depends on the maturity of the market. Investors on the continent sometimes assign stages of investment to companies on the continent, which would be much earlier. So I'll give a very simple example. A Nigerian company raising a $10 million round can say, oh, this is my Series A. But actually, that would be a pre-seed for somebody in Silicon Valley. Just the amount of money, etc., depending on the stage of evolution, right? So that's sometimes the challenge I see in investors
trying to pin down, letters or stages of investment that really don't correspond to their reality. Pretty simply, pre-seed means just you've done an MVP. Seed is that usually you've got a product and a service that is in the market where you starting to see, maybe early revenue or not. But then when you get to Series A, you must have proven that there's a product market fit, and then you're generating some sort of revenue, and maybe even better if you're profitable. So usually that is it. And that really differs in terms of amount, country by country on the continent.
When we talk about Africa's startup scene and we think about innovation, we're really thinking about technology, we're thinking about young people, and we're thinking about local knowledge. Anything to do with innovation, technology is definitely at the forefront. So currently we're seeing so many startups that have infused technology into their operations. So in terms of the trends that we're seeing in the startup ecosystem in Africa, there are several. For us, what we've observed at the macro level is that there is a real push towards certain markets when it comes to VC investments. The lion's share of the investments that were going into Africa were concentrated on 4 markets last year. Around about 92% of the investment was going to Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya. Besides funding, the sort of support that's available to entrepreneurs on the continent are several. I know that we hear a lot about funding, but there are other things that are equally important. And I'd say chief among those is relationships. Relationships, I think, permeate so many different levels, from entrepreneurs being able to co-support, so plugging into different ecosystems, different networks where they can meet with other entrepreneurs to problem solve and problem share. That's super important. But also the relationships with investors. The challenges that are in the Nigerian ecosystem are not too dissimilar to what I've noticed in Ghana in terms of building trust, the need for that. And also from a regulatory standpoint, I would say that in Nigeria, what we've observed recently is, whilst of course Nigeria is one of the big 4, it's one of the countries that has been attracting the most amount of investment in the last few years, obviously because of the size of the population, FDI and so forth. From a political standpoint, there have been certain regulatory pronouncements and regulations that have been pretty difficult for the space. For instance, the banning of Twitter and also the banning of cryptocurrencies and so forth. So these are things that actually make the ecosystem nervous in a way. It makes the investors nervous. I would say that early stage startup investment in Africa differs as compared to other markets with regards to the type of funding. Within the African context, you see far less in terms of family and friends funding than you do in a non-African context. We've seen that and the data supports that. We also see that when it comes to angel investment, there's far less angel investment going towards African startups and also VC investment than you are seeing in a non-African context. And I think that has to do with a few things. The sorts of things that investors should consider when investing in Africa, not too dissimilar to the sorts of things that they would look at when looking at any type of investment. They want to see that there'll be a financial return, and they want to see that they are investing in companies that are bona fide. They're investing in companies that have longevity, that where you see the startup founders are competent, where there's strong leadership. So these are things that permeate across continents and countries. The final insights that I would share are that this is an exciting time. In spite of the fact that there are challenges that we're going through as a people, as humanity, I feel that on the continent, people are innovating really fast. They are looking at their local issues and trying to solve them in a way that is innovative, exciting.
Hello? 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 Try.
My name is Melissa Nsia. I'm the Director of Portfolio for Mest Africa. The Mest Africa Challenge is a pan-African competition that allows for exciting and innovative ideas to get additional support in winning the ultimate prize. So this year's prize includes investment into the winner, as well as support through partnerships and some really great ideas and solutions.
Hello? Hello? Hello in the room? Okay. We're going to do one quick exercise before we get busy with pitches and everything else in between. So usually this happens in a church format. So the pastor will come feeling very good about himself, smiling with the crowd. Hi, everybody. It's a beautiful Sunday. But no, today is a beautiful Wednesday. So today is a beautiful Thursday. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Please turn to a neighbor next to you and say to the neighbor, today I am winning. Okay. So clearly, some of you have been skipping church. That's fine. That's fine. Let's do it again. Please turn to your neighbor, ladies and gentlemen, and say to your neighbor, today I am winning. Yeah. The sense that I get is that some of you will not be winning today. We do have some group of individuals in the house today who are definitely going to be winning. We do have some group of individuals who have been phenomenal in terms of what they've done over the past couple of weeks and months, and it's been really interesting sitting back, watching how all of this has unfolded. And I'd just like to say a big thank you to the Mest family, and a big thank you also to APSA for collaborating to make all of this possible. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be hearing from some very interesting companies. We're going to be hearing from some interesting individuals who have really put in the work. And we're going to see the fruit of some bit of that work, and we're going to be crowning some of them today as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 2022 Mest Africa Challenge Grand Finale. Now, as you know, this is all in partnership with APSA Bank, and they have been on the road with Mest right from the beginning, and they are, as we found out yesterday, going to also be on board once again for next year. And we do have to say a big thank you to APSA for making all of that possible. But then the reason why we're here today, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes I just feel I'm not up to it in terms of breaking it down properly. So there's a lady in our midst who has all the 411, as they like to say on radio. She's going to break down the reason why we're here for you, and she's going to put everything in the proper perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome back on stage Melissa Nsia as she gives us a bit of context.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Philip. I love the energy in the room already. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. This is exciting. How are my contestants doing over there? Doing good? All right. So welcome once again. We welcome you to Mest. We're here in Mink, the Mest incubator. Transformed it a little bit just for you guys. And we're here today to really observe the final competition for the MAC Challenge. So the Mest Africa Challenge started in August of 2022 this year. This is our final day. We actually started with the application process in August. shortlisted from over 500 candidates to 40. We then boiled that down to the top 10 during our regional finals, and after our interviews, emerged with our top 5. And it's funny because I was telling them that a lot of the companies we saw right from the first stage, when there were 500 applications, a lot of our favorites actually made it to the top 5. So it really says a lot about the type of companies you guys are leading, the work you've done. So I think we're just really excited. You're all winners at this stage. I'd like to give a really quick shout out before we even go ahead to the team involved in planning MAC this year. You guys have been incredible, worked really, really hard. We're excited. Of course, we're excited to have our partners here, ABSA, amazing. You know you're one of my favorite people. But I love your entire team. I think that you guys have not only been dedicated partners in terms of sponsoring and supporting, but actually showing up and really putting your heart into everything that we do together. So we're really thrilled about continuing the partnership. This is the 4th edition of MAC, all right? So for us, we're really excited to see who the final winner is today. To say a couple of words, just to continue to welcome us into this space, I'm gonna invite up Amazing Grace to say a quick word, and then we'll jump right into the competitions.
Thank you so much, Melissa, and good afternoon to you all. I'm super excited to be here this afternoon because what we're doing is a demonstration of the faith we have in the youth on the continent and the opportunities that abound around us. And solving the problems makes a difference for our continent. And so greetings from our Chief Executive Officer at ABSA Bank, Mrs. Abno Sepoku, and from my boss, Koblanya Lete, who unfortunately couldn't be here. But just to let you know, my dear friends, as my boss would say, that this is an exciting time, and contestants, we're looking forward to hearing a lot from you. And to all of you here gathered, let's be part of this activity. And as we learn and build together, let's tell a different story for our continent. Let's transform one startup at a time. At ABSA Bank, we believe in startups. We have a whole solution just for startups. That's how important this is to us. And so thank you, Yon, for the dream and the vision, and Melissa, Ashwin, and the entire team. Thank you for making it possible. We, not just in ABSA Bank Ghana, but at the ABSA Bank Group, are excited to be part of this game-changing approach to solving social problems. Thank you so much.
And of course, as we continue to acknowledge all the individuals who have helped to make today possible, we'd also like to give a big shout out to the Perk and Hub partners for helping to drive applications and offerings benefits to the various finalists. Just like to say a big shout out to Code LN, Copianto, Dream VC, Google for Startups, Henny, HubSpot, Impact Hub, Dakar, Paystack, and of course, YFlix. We'll be hearing from some of these guys in just a few minutes. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to consider something while we get ready to dive straight into it. I want you to consider what it feels like to go through a whole year of competition and get to this point where you have to present to so many people watching online, so many people in this room. Just take a moment and think about the impact of that and what that means. That is what is going to happen today. But to pave the way before all of that happens, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring up on stage some of the portfolio companies within Mest to basically pave the way for us before we get into the pitching contest. So to begin and to kick things off, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the team from Troba.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, nice to be here with you all. My name is Louis Amwakwa. I'm the product lead for Troba. Okay. Over the last 3 decades, Ghana's urban population has more than tripled, rising from 4 million to about 14 million, according to a report by the World Bank. And this has caused congestion in our cities, hence the need for us to rethink our public transport system. Most public transport system in African cities looks like this. There's there was an insufficient supply of timely, affordable, and safe public transport to meet the needs of African cities. Also, on the flip side of that problem is private bus owners who park their buses from Monday to Friday waiting for peak periods during the weekends to use these buses. Currently, people move around in cities by buying their own cars, but this comes with the extra cost of fuel and also maintenance fees, as well as causing congestions in our streets. People also use ride-hailing services like the Uber and the Bolt, but this is usually expensive for the ordinary people. In comes Troba. Troba is a ride-sharing platform that will allow you to book and pay for convenient and timely bus rides by connecting commuters traveling the same route with independent bus service providers. Our service, we have 4 segments for our service. First, the business segment. And on the business segment, we are targeting working professionals who travel on the same route. So we move these working professionals from point A to point B. We also have Troba for schools, where in partnership with the schools, parents can then book Troba buses for their wards so that they can worry less about moving their wards to school every day. We also have Troba for events, where companies like Henny and event organizers like Afrochella can partner with Troba to move their event organizers easily without worrying about transportation. And last, we have Troba for churches. I know we are all aware about the midnight service that churchgoers usually find hard when they are going back home, the transportation, how to get transportation. So Troba is in to also help churches to move their members easily. Our total addressable market is 214 billion, and our serviceable addressable market is 8.17 billion. That's the African public transport market. We plan to capture 10% of this market, which amounts to $800 million. We'll make money in 2 major ways. First, we will charge 15% commission on all buses listed on Troba. Also, we would charge a $25 advertisement fees for brands who want to have targeted ads on Troba. Our competition is mainly made up of the ride-hailing services and also the Trotro. The Trotro is majorly the public transport service in Ghana. And also SimRide and Trips, which is something similar to what we are doing. But our value proposition we are offering our customers is we provide them with timely rides, digital payments, bus tracking, and then smart routing to make their commute less of a stress and seamless for them. We are looking for partnership with businesses so that we will help move their employees, vehicle owners who will onboard, fleet managers, and investments. So far, this is some of the trips that we've done so far. And bringing Troba to life is a team of 4. Our CEO, Clement Kweku Amoesi, our marketing lead, Frema Boama, and our tech lead, Emmanuel Akofo. And myself, Louis Amwakwa, I'm the product lead. If you want to reach us, our website is at www.trobaapp.com, and that's our email. Thank you for your attention.
Please, a round of applause once again for the team from Troba. So, we were going to do a couple of questions, but I don't know. Please put down your questions. We'll do one question for each company after all the presentations have been done. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome up on stage now the team from Agro Innova.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. I'm Kizito Wasungu, the operations lead for Agro Innova, and I'm stepping in for Moses, who was caught up in an emergency. So at Agro Innova, our passion and drive is to help digitize the agri space in Africa through our farmer-centered tech solutions. To help tackle some of the critical challenges faced by smallholder farmers in Africa. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. These things happen to the very best of us.
Okay, yeah. So smallholder livestock farmers in Ghana lose about 30% of their produce due to post-harvest losses because they don't have access to readily available guaranteed markets. They are also faced with the issue of lack of access to inputs to help in feed production and other important things they have to do on their farms. The solution we have for farmers is Aquacore Market, which is a farmer-centered digital solution to help farmers access readily available markets and also inputs like maize for feed production. We have both the web and the mobile app, and it's supported by a USSD feature. How it works, so farmers and customers use the USSD code or the web or the mobile app to make their request. AgroNova is in the middle. We connect the farmers, the customers to make the business happen. And we also assist in terms of delivery. Traction, we've engaged over 6,000 farmers, and our monthly recurring revenue is about $60,000. 10,000 plus farmers have been profiled, and we've employed about 1,000 direct and indirect, created 1,000 direct and indirect jobs, and we have over 15,000 visitors to our online portal monthly, and we have about over 20,000 commodities sold monthly. The market size in Africa is about 7.8 trillion, and in Ghana alone it stands at 11.98 billion. Market adoption, we reach out to farmers through farmer-based organizations and also through partnerships like Mest, and also we're also heavy online through digital marketing. Revenue model, we take 15 commission on every product sold, and we are also engaged in input financing where we give farmers inputs like maize for their feed, and in exchange we take their products like eggs and chicken. We also take some money on promoted offers on Aquacore Markets, which is the online marketplace. Value proposition, we offer guaranteed markets for farmers, and then we also provide digital tools for farmers to be able to keep track of the daily activities on their farms. You know, data is an issue when it comes to farming in Africa, and we are providing tools for collecting farm data. We also allow farmers to access finance through the data that they collect on their farms to prove what they're doing on their farm and whether they are credit worthy. Of course, through the marketplace, we're able to provide price market information for farmers. And like I mentioned, we give farmers inputs like maize for feed production, and of course data for industry players and other stakeholders across the value chain. Sorry. I think probably the battery is quite low, so. All right, we have some competitors, Tonaton, Isoko, Farmerline. They offer a bit of what we do, but we offer a bundle service, cutting across the entire value chain. Our partners, Mest, Agro Center, GIZ, and the likes. So currently we are at the fundraising and inspection stage, which will continue into next year, and hopefully 2024. And we are hoping that by 2025, we are able to enter the West African market through our partnerships. This team, Moses, the CEO, myself, the operations lead, Millicent and Vanessa, a fairly balanced team. Thank you.
it's always nice when they chip in that final bit. A fairly balanced team. I like that. I like that. Diversity and inclusion. I mean, and to all the other companies, if you don't have an element of diversity and inclusion, don't even come up stage. I won't even invite you. But one team that I'm guessing does have a bit of diversity and inclusion infused into their business are the team that I'm going to call up next. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the team from Shopper.
Hi everyone, my name is Frank. I'm the errand boy at Shopper. For over 50 years or even more than 100 years, these guys have been holding the African's economy. But they face two main challenges, and that is access to inventory and capital. This single problem leads to another problem that brands and manufacturers face, and that is having data insight into how their product is performing in the market. Informal retailers continue to struggle to have access to inventory. Now, a typical retailer, if they want to restock their shop, what they do is that they need to go to the open market, roam for hours, and then transport the goods back. What it means is that they spend extra costs on transportation, which reduces their profit margin. And also about 80% of these retailers, mostly women, are unable to access credit facilities to grow their business. The solution to this problem is simple, and that is the Shopper platform that allows these retailers to source inventory directly from suppliers and manufacturers and have it delivered to their shop within 4 hours. We also give them access to credit to grow their business. On the flip side, for the manufacturers that struggle to have data insight into how their product is performing in the market, we've introduced our new SaaS product that interface with their current operations. We are currently working with Accra Breweries Limited to pilot our solution for them to be able to efficiently distribute their product. We launched in 2021 fully. We've grown from 0 customers to over 3,000. 2022, we are doing GMV about $1.2 million and still growing. Our next target is to reach 22,000 customers, do $2.2 million in terms of GMV on a monthly basis, and give out 1,000 loans. About 80% of trade in Africa goes through the informal sector. So we are looking at a market opportunity of $60 billion. Yes, of course, this industry is disruptive and it's attracting a lot of players. So we have the likes of Trade Depot, MarketWatch, Market Force, SocoWatch, and then Boost. But then the question we ask ourselves as a business is that, what then do we do to stand out from the competition? And I'm proud to say that as at today or now, Shopper offers one of the fastest deliveries on the African continent. What it means is that retailers are able to receive their orders between 1 to 4 hours. And also, we also give retailers the flexibility to be able to buy in groups. So a typical retailer would like to buy a unit from a carton. We give them that flexibility. And one thing I didn't add is the fact that we are also launching the first SaaS in this industry. We make money by adding 10% margins on all products listed on our platform. We also take 10% commissions on interest on loan that is charged to our customers. With our new SaaS product, we would introduce a new subscription model for customers to pay. Sorry, the projection is off. We projected to do 310,000 GMV in 2022. As at last month, we were doing $1.2 million. And moving forward, we are approaching the industry through a commerce and a payment point of view. We introduced our insurance recently that retailers are able to access insurance policies on our platform. We are building our payment infrastructure to allow them to efficiently transact on our platform. This is the team behind Shopper. Our CEO, Yurik Shekap, used to work for Guinness as a sales manager. Our CTO, Michael Hammond, who used to work for Vodafone as a software engineer with quite a lot of experience in software development. Myself, Shopper is my third startup. My first two failed woefully, so I leverage on that experience to build Shopper. We are backed by amazing partners, Mest, our Prey, seed investor, Google, through the Google Black Founders Fund, Catalyst Fund, and then currently the US Chamber of Commerce as well. As much as we are a for-profit business, social impact is at the core of our business. So we are contributing our quota to digitizing the informal retail space and also ensuring financial inclusion in the space as well. We are fundraising, raising $1.2 million in our seed. We've raised about 60% of this round, hoping to close by this year. And this will allow us to scale across the Ghanaian market and also venture into other African markets as well. Thank you.
You know my favorite part about the presentation? When he was dropping the names and he was dropping the positions, you know, we have people from Vodafone, we have people from Guinness. If you don't have some, don't come, you know. Shout outs to you and congrats once again on please another round of applause for the teams that have presented so far. When I got the program today and I saw the group I'm going to call next, I really wasn't sure whether it was a short form of some drink. But ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the team from Henny.
So as you all know, the holidays is fast approaching, and most of us will definitely be taking some days off to relax. But there's this one question that always pop up. That's what you're going to do or what you can do around you. My name is Eugene, and I'm from Henny, and I'm here to give you an answer to that question. So in Africa, the tourism industry is one of the biggest that's growing, with over 573 million Africans between the ages of 20 to 40 years who have smartphones and go out for leisure. Out of this, 74% of them search things to do through online channels. It's also projected that 74% of the total revenue in the tourism and travel industry is going to be generated through online sales by the end of 2026. Through these numbers, we were able to identify a problem where it's always difficult identifying experiences and things to do around you. There is no easy way to book this, and on the other hand, creators find it very difficult to sell these experiences, hence a lower turnover for revenue for them. To expand on this problem, I want to introduce to you some few of our creators. Meet Melissa, a 22-year-old graduate in Accra. A 22-year-old graduate in Accra who does painting for a living. She basically wants to be able to express herself through a paint and self experience she does and also make some money on the side. We also have Kofi, a 54-year-old artisan who is also in Accra, who does pottery making. He also wants to be able to expand his business by getting more customers come to his work of place and also share their experience with them. And a hobby is Enyo, a 27 years who enjoys cooking and basically wants to make money out of a hobby. The solution Henny brings is a platform that enables individuals and SMEs to be able to create and share authentic Africa experience, make it available for everyone to be able to easily book and pay for these experiences. On the other hand, creators are able to access a larger pool of customers based on their preferences, their taste, and also increase their revenue whilst doing that. So currently, our platform is available both as a mobile app and a web application. We are available on the app stores, the Play Stores, and as well as our websites. So our entry market, which is Ghana, is currently worth over $55 million US, and trying at our peak, we are hoping to achieve a total of a value of 2.3 billion, which is basically covering South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda. Our global target market is worth over $175 billion currently. With these numbers, we're obviously not the only competitors in the market. We are definitely competing with big players like Airbnb, TripAdvisor, and Vieta. But at the moment, we are the only platform that is focused on Africa, with a very high competitive advantage of having local partnership. Also, we are the only platform so far that have all our experiences insured, giving the guests a peace of mind whilst they are having this experience. We're hoping to build Africa's largest database of authentic and real African experiences. Pivoting from food delivery for the past 12 months, we have currently been able to have about 23,000 users with about 1.3 million platform views, as well as 930 site visits. We are hoping to get a total gross of $7 million by the end of 2026. This will be achieved by launching our subscription-based model by the end of the first quarter of next year, and also fully integrating with all our platforms to be able to serve the whole of Africa, specifically payments platform to easily process payments across the whole of Africa. How we make money is through 20 to 30% commission on every single experience that is sold on our platform. We also make money through subscription from the premium users that's basically using the platform to manage their businesses, as well as 10% transactional fees on every event that is hosted through Henny. We are currently raising a bridge round of up to $550,000, which will basically go into marketing, sales, product development, and hiring new roles. This is the team behind Henny. Augusta, our experience lead with about 4 to 5 years experience in operations and customer service. Philip, our tech lead with 5 years experience in finance and business development. Enam, our sales and marketing lead, and me, the CTO, as well as Steven, Michael, Samuel, and Dennis, our supporting teams. We do have several advisors, including Ashrin, the previous MD of Mest, who have assisted about 3 startups. Cranchier, with 15 years experience in the tech and banking industry, and Rohit, the head of user and acquisition of growth MTN Ghana. At Henny, we believe all experience are local and all identities experience. So the question is, why are you a local? Thank you.
So who has the answer for him? Anyone? Okay. It's all about the experiences. It's all about the experiences. Well, since now we know it's not a drink, the next company better also not be a Wi-Fi provider. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Wi-Flix. No, he's stylish, so he uses. Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm getting my. We are a subscription video on demand platform. We are not a TV station. Video on demand platform with a bold agenda to democratize content for the African continent. How do we do this? We partner with our telecom companies to subsidize data for our users. We tell people that it's one thing having access to content and another thing having internet to stream your content. In the regions that we operate, which is Africa, and we understand that really well. I have 15 years of experience in telecoms and mainstream media. My partner works in telecom at the highest level, and we are not experimenting this. I will show you why. Okay, so OTT industry in Africa is set to generate $2 billion by 2027. I want you to look at this graph that you see here. Show up Netflix, over 2 decades of experience in this OTT business, ended 2021 with a little over 2 billion subscriber base, million subscriber base from Africa. Showmat, he's been in this game close to 7 years. He ended last year, 2021, with a little over 800,000 users or customers. Wi-Flix, we are just about 22 months of operation, barely 2 years in operations, and we've done over 800,000 customers on our platform. This is really amazing and exciting, and the trick is what I'm going to point to you. So the African OTT movie and TV episode revenues will reach 2 billion, like I said earlier, and this is a concentration between South Africa and Nigeria, which is why Nigeria is our biggest market, and I will show you shortly, maybe in the next slide. Okay, so the problem or the opportunity we saw is very clear and simple. Access or accessibility to internet is not available for the customers or the African users that we are targeting. The next thing is payment and subscription frequency in the continent. The other side is the film producers, distributors, aggregators that we work with. they also have a challenge. There's no single distribution platform where they can monetize their work. So putting this problem together is the next solution we have put together for the continent. Looks like this. Okay. So problem content. No to Yflix, working together with these partners and helping them to monetize their craft. The next thing I talked about is the telecom integration that we have done. So at the moment in Ghana, we are working with MTN, Vodafone. In Nigeria with MTN, with Firecom, and very soon in South Africa with Vodafone, and Zambia MTN as well. They help us to deliver these content that we have, premium African content, to our users right on their mobile phone. And to some extent, they enjoy living room experience as well. Localized payment, like I talked about. So the typical user of Yflix is able to pay via airtime, mobile money, or credit card. Your choice to decide. We don't tie you to credit cards. Pay and watch as and when you want. Daily, weekly, monthly fashion, depending on how rich or deep your pocket is. Who is a typical customer of Yflix? Ben, you see here, is a storekeeper. MFI is a student. The mason. These guys, mid to low tier consumer people who cannot afford broadband internet at home, or cable TV, but still want to enjoy premium content, not on YouTube, because you can't find the type of content we have on Yflix on YouTube or any other platform. These are highly produced content for our continent. So 3 years target-based on signed contract with telecom companies I talked about. The market is really huge. If you look at it, over 448.2 million, which translates into active database of 227.4 million users, and this can be sourced, talking to the telcos. Yeah, so we want a market share of just 3.2% of this base that you see here. I'll be saying that, so I have to skip some of the slide. There's something I want to say. So 800 customers month-to-month pay subscription in 22 months. Like I said, 42% activity rate. We've done 1.9 million paid subscriptions. In fact, it's 2 million right now. Actually, this was done quarter on quarter by last quarter. We haven't finished fourth quarter yet. Yeah, so our content traction, like I said, over 30,000 hours of content. These are the partners we work with. Let me move really quick so I can show you that. So these are our price points, how much we are charging our users in dollars. But in Ghana cedis, as low as 50 pesos a day, you can enjoy the service we have on Yflix. What we are promising is very simple: accessibility, affordability, and flexibility for the Yflix consumer. This is the team behind Yflix. I have this video I want you to see. Please permit me before I go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Are you operating from there? Under 5 minutes.
We are on a journey to write our own story. A journey with adversities, growth, excitement, and of course, new experiences. Want to change the narrative, shift the conversation to tell the African stories the world the African way. A journey to deliver superior entertainment to our customers. Here we go. Yflix became the first African home video on demand to deliver Dolby Atmos and Dolby audio experience to its customers.
It's a major advance from stereo.
We are on a journey to write our own story. A journey with adversities, growth, excitement.
You can pause it. Yeah. Yflix is partnering with Dolby Technologies to set up a post-production studio in Ghana. And what we are going to do is to help film producers, video producers to master their work in 4K. If you don't know 4K, think about it as watching me right now on this screen and sweating and dropping for you to see. That is what we are doing. And I wanted you to look at that in the video, but maybe another time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And I can assure you that when you get onto YFlix, the video will play fully. It will play from end to end, no interruptions whatsoever. A big round of applause to all the portfolio companies. A big shout out to all of you, and congratulations to all of you for getting this far. I think the future looks really, really bright for each and every one of you. So, typically at this time, I would have said, I need you guys to join me outside for a quick coffee break, because I've already gone to enjoy mine, and it's actually really nice. But I will hold on for just a tiny bit. There's a video that will play fully that we're going to watch in a couple of minutes, and then we're going to jump straight into the competition proper. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen. We have a short video for you. After the video, we get into competition mode. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. All right. Enjoy.
Currently is basically leveraging around the customer behavior, the things that customers want. My top 3 or 4 would be around lending solutions, especially around micro lending, instant loans, peer-to-peer, more around the virtual cards, remittances coming straight into your bank accounts. Group savings is becoming very topical of late. And I think the last one being KYC light related products, where customers don't need to go through the full onboarding processes to be able to open bank accounts or wallets. Support available to entrepreneurs at the moment will be access to our API infrastructure. We believe that this will make fintechs be able to scale and have access to enterprise solutions as is on the markets at the moment. Also in ABSA, we're ready to fund in partnership with Mest. We gave a couple of funds out during the last hackathon that we did. And the final one will be access to loans. Those will be my top 3 support that we're giving to you. The strengths, I would say, across the ecosystem would be the support from the regulator. And I think the fintechs have understood each other and they're able to form consortiums to be able to churn out large solutions. Key would be what's being done to support the Ghana.gov infrastructure, for instance. So I think a lot of co-creation and partnerships is happening on the markets. Partnering Mest for the Mest African Challenge was an easy decision. I think it had to do with brand affinity. Mest has an entrepreneurial mindset. ABSA also has the same. So it made sense for the two of us to find a way of coming together to be able to make Mest African Challenge a success.
So clearly, ladies and gentlemen, this partnership, obviously between Mest and ABSA, like we said earlier, will continue into next year. Now let's enjoy a quick video also about Mac.
So what impressed me most about the Mest African Challenge 2022, I think to see people actually look for real life solutions, to see people think through them, to see people actually figure out what would make the customer satisfied, what would make the customer happy. I think for me, that probably was my take home. Having looked at countless applications and having shrunk this down to 5, I think we're almost seeing like the best of the best. So the advice I would give to the startups is that they should prepare. The panelists are really looking forward to a marvelous presentation from them. They should really, really prepare and come and have a good time.
All right, so You've seen and heard, you've had a good idea of what we're about to get ourselves into. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call up on stage some very special people who are going to decide whether some people are going to walk out of here with a big smile, a bigger smile, or the biggest smile in the world. So please help me welcome the judges for today. And they're going to just give us a brief introduction. I have one question for each and every one of them. So please, if the judges are here, please join me up stage. I need you guys up here. Right now, please put your hands together for the judges as the judges are here. Thank you. So, the three of you are going to determine how wide a smile we're going to see at the end of today's session. I think my question to you, Melissa, is, what are you looking forward to seeing?
So my name is Melissa and I'm Director of Portfolio for Mest. I'm really looking forward to having a good time. I just want to see the passion that I know they all have for their businesses come through today.
So it's passion for Melissa. Okay, so, Grace, what about you?
Hi, Amazing Grace, that's my name. And I'm looking forward to seeing some really life-changing ideas. I want to see a solution that makes a difference in the world and can go big quickly.
That's near you. Why? No, you are too much. Yon, you've seen so many businesses, heard so many pitches. What exactly are you looking for?
Well, I think I agree with Amazing Grace here. We want something that's really inspiring. We want something that is really ambitious, but it also needs to be paired with something that's credible and realistic.
Credible and realistic. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our judges. So just a quick run through of how all of this is going to go down. Now each pitch is going to be 4 minutes. Each pitch is going to be 4 minutes long, followed by a 5-minute question and answer session by the judges. Companies are being judged on a variety of different criteria, including value proposition, impact, customer identification, size of target market, revenue model, competitor analysis, growth strategy, traction to date, and expertise of the founding team. The deck will be controlled by the production team for continuity and connectivity sake. In case you are wondering why finalists are asking for the next slide, don't be shocked. We will take a break after all the pitches and come back to hear feedback from our judges. We expect to spend a maximum of 3 hours or probably even less for today's session. We will read some audience questions as well and take some questions from the room before the close of the session. So please try as much as possible, especially those who are joining us online, to drop your questions in the chat box as we move on. So ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to get into the pitches. 4 minutes each for these companies. I'll kindly ask that when they are speaking, we keep the room as silent as possible, as few distractions as possible, and give them all our attention. Ladies and gentlemen, call onto the stage the very first company, Desert Green from South Africa. Sproutly. Oh, sorry. We're going to kick off with Sproutly from Nigeria. They have a rapper and a singer in the team, and he wowed us last night for those of you who missed it. Please put your hands together for Sproutly.
In case you're wondering, that wasn't me though. Hi everyone, hi Mest Africa. I want to say a special thank you to Jean and Ashwin for Mest. This is really beautiful and it's been wonderful being in Ghana. My name is Pierre Muki and I am co-founder and CEO of Sproutly. Before I start, I think I have a quick question for you. When did you get your first bank account? At what age? You did that age? At 16. I got mine at 16 too, and I think the first experience I wanted to do was swipe my card everywhere. So I literally just composed the song. I wanted, I got it before I even thought about it. So we are a digital banking, education insurance, and tuition financing for Gen Z and Alpha, focused on this niche. Now imagine 8 to 10-year-old kids. They have access to mobile phones, 17-year-olds, they're on TikTok, they're on social media doing wonderful things, making money, and they don't have access to finance. They are completely decentralized. Now, this is a typical African family, but they are Nigeria, because you can see there are more kids there. So you don't have to wonder how we got to 280 million people. Now, the Adams family, the parents have 3 different problems. One is access to finance for their kids. The kids control literally everything. They have access to mobile phones and everything. But they are not, they're completely decentralized in finance. The second one is financial education. They're so worried that these kids are going to grow up without knowing how to spend money. They complain so much about it. The third one is access to education financing. Now, only 2 out of these 3 kids, 5 kids, will make it to college, because we all know when you grow up as an older African kid, you have to train the rest. And we have a solution that is solving all of these problems. One is banking minors seamlessly. We've burnt our controls. Don't just want to hand them a debit card and let them fly the world. Second is access to financial education, which is gamified. Now, we reward them with incentives, tokenized, when they actually make exploits. And their parents can actually see how well they're doing in the community. Now, one of the special things we're doing in fiscal year 2023 is the study now, pay later, so that the Adams family can send all 5 kids to school conveniently. And we're also introducing what we call education insurance, so that for any encumbrances, for anything that could happen in the future, their children are finally secured. Now, we're in the 250 billion market. Now, imagine Nigeria, which is our focus target for now, having 160 million young people, Gen Z and Alpha. That is basically twice the size of the entirety of Ghana. So we have 3 times the economy as kids already. This is a $250 billion market. Household spend in Nigeria alone, and 35% of these was influenced by kids. They're telling their parents, subscribe this, don't do that. They have the cancel culture. Brands are targeting them. Now, we are competitive, and we started from day one to make sure we build a wonderful infrastructure to accommodate this new set of market. 2 is we're giving the accessibility that banks can actually offer this new generation. 4 and 3, we are building a community. Community and access to financial education for each and every one of them. Now, since we started, we launched May 2nd of 2022. We've been able to achieve 5K in MRR and 18K accounts. And our financial projection for the next 5 years means that by 2026, the fiscal year, we'll be able to reach 77 million. And by replicating what we've been able to achieve in Nigeria, in other African markets like Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa, we can double this to 140 million. Now, we're raising our pre-seed, and we've got wonderful investors in the Silicon Valley, Kubota Capital, one of the biggest investment arm, and Justin Carlbeck, an investor in DoorDash Uber. Our team is made up of collective experience of 22 years in business. I worked in the banking sector for about 6 years. Max is the technical co-founder, and Prince is the chief of product. Now, one wonderful thing we're doing, and why you should really care about us, is we're focusing on 3 SDG goals. 1, no poverty. 2, access to quality education. And the third one, infrastructure, innovation, and industry. So because we believe that building an innovative bank is the best way for this young generation to be able to secure a financial future, to have the energy to actually fight for themselves. Thank you very much.
And now, some questions from the judges.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you so much for that.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So can you tell us a little bit about how Sproutly sprouted? So what was the genesis of this business?
I think, well, first is this whole story I explained is literally what happened in my family and so many families in Nigeria. I'm sure it's an African problem. I grew up from a home where I have 4 siblings, and we had to choose between who needs to go to school first and who needs to wait for the others. And this literally caused my younger brother, who was really good at his grade at age 15, getting to university at age 19 when he was supposed to be graduating by then. And 2 is, because I come from somewhere where there is no access to credit, we pay for everything in full. So as kids, we don't understand the value of money. And I made lots of mistakes. I started making money early, but I made a lot of mistakes. And we are trying to change that by giving them financial education and making sure we have less kids that are out of school in Africa, most especially Nigeria.
Thank you. I thought that was a really well-delivered pitch. I love your enthusiasm, I love your passion, and I definitely love your ambition.
Yes, thank you.
The questions I have, and that is, maybe it's because I don't really know the context here of this content that well, is the first question is, what is really the need for banking children? That is very unclear to me, that is really a problem, because, you know, when I was a kid, I don't think we really needed a bank. Barely we had money, but if you had money, I don't think we were thinking about credit and those things. So maybe my question is ignorant. As you move into teenagers, which I saw was really your main traction, I think that could be a lot more interesting and probably more relevant. And as you go into university as well, then I think it's education, even loans. The first time I needed a loan was when I was a student, my first year student, and I borrowed money to buy a computer, which was a very important investment for me. But up until then, I really didn't have anything. So I guess my question is really, why did you focus on banking for children? And why is that a problem that you think will give you the traction you need to pursue all your ambitions?
Now, by 2050, Africa will hit 1 billion young population. No one is actually trying to correct the notion what our Westerners have about us when it comes to being the highest in the poverty level. Now, you talk about yourself when you're a kid, but do you know that things are different from what it was to what it is currently now? You have 8-year-olds, they're on the internet, they're taking education online. And you have parents like from Nigeria, they go to work by 6 a.m. in the morning and get back by 9. So these kids control literally everything running their household, from shopping to subscriptions. Some of them even pay their tuition fee. And when I talk about kids, I'm literally categorizing minors from the age of 18 coming down. And then two, in terms of the kind of loans that they have, we wanted to create a value proposition for parents that solves the problem around that cluster. So that is our own goal in trying to do this.
But, okay, but now, there's a big target market, I understand, there are lots of kids. That is fair, that's fine. But what exactly are the banking needs? I'm not even sure I want my kids to take up loans. So what are the banking services that you want to offer, and why is that so critical?
So to clear that part, the kids are not the ones taking the loan. The parents are the ones securing those loans because they are also on our platform. We bank with the parents and the kids.
Okay, I didn't understand that. Okay, all right.
All right, thank you so much for a very passionate presentation. So I had a question around the children as well, but my question was around minors and banking the minors. How are you thinking, you know, around the legalities and the ethics of it? You know, because at the same time, we don't want, you know, children to lose their childhood. So how are you thinking, you know, around that? And then my next question is, in terms of your market size, how well have you bedded that down in terms of the opportunity that exists, even if we take Nigeria today?
Yes, thank you very much. To answer your first question, we're very GDPR compliant. We know that they are minors, so the only way we bank them is through their parents. We let them sign up, like the way they sign up for social media, and access the financial education first, which is gamified. You're learning, there's a community for that. Now, their parents have controls. We created some sort of paid subscription banking, so there's a free part where parents have like less controls. You can control where they spend their money on illicit sites. They don't want them to use their debit card there. They want them to use on this particular site. And if you want more controls to who you want to send money to your kid, you can actually upgrade to paid subscription banking to have more control over that child. But once they clock 18, we move them from the basic account to what we call the advanced account. And then to answer your other question on narrowing the market, now 106 million, a huge number of that are below the poverty level. Our first focus are on the low to middle class income families who already have access to mobile phones, they are studying online, many of them use computers already, so that is what our target market is. And that is about just 35 million of 106 million. But by creating the value chain in terms of education, insurance, saving plans, studying on pay later, we can actually touch lives of the other kids that are completely decentralized from opportunities like this? Thank you.
Thank you. I did like the financial education bit. I think that if we can amplify, it would be a great solution.
Do you think it would be a good acquisition target for Absa? Do you like the idea of banking for children or not?
I don't like the idea of banking for children because it's important for children to understand the value of money. I wouldn't allow my child to spend at his age or at their ages online currently, simply because there's an ethical training that they need to have, a certain maturity they need to have before they begin to make such decisions. I think the world is rapidly moving into a certain zone where we need to watch, what we empower children to do. So I wouldn't,
Can I follow up on one question? Was it 18,000?
Yes, we're pirate beta.
Yeah, in your beta. How often are they in the app? And what do they use the app for?
So we are launching the financial education part next month. We started building it about 7 months ago. So what they do on the app is, in Nigeria, things are different in the climate. Children usually handle everything that have from grocery stores. So we've noticed a high rate of shopping. By this case, they do the grocery runs. That's part of the statistics we're getting. Subscription for data, probably for their assignments and for all of the online activities. They actually do a lot of data. They do a lot of things like shopping online, ordering pizza, or buying food in restaurants and so on.
Those things they don't do through your app.
They do through our app and through the card.
Through your app.
And the card.
Which card?
They have a debit card.
From you?
Yes. That is the ones above. So in Nigeria, the average age of a child in university first year is 15. I was 15 plus when I got into university. And that is why I would say in Nigeria the climate is different. You have kids that are already exposed to so many things very early on, but one thing they don't have access to is financial education at the right bank. So they use their parents' card. I used my mom's card until I got a bank account. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
So, is there anyone in the audience who has a quick question before we move on? Anyone with a quick question for the team before we move on? Yes, we have one question from Horatio. So, Team Sproutley, there's a question from Horatio, so if you would kindly join us.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Hi.
So, are you a bank?
We like to stay a fintech company. Our focus is for the next 3 years to stay a fintech that would allow us grow into what we wanted to go to. So right now we piggyback on banks who actually handle deposit insurance, accounts issuing, card issuing, and every other thing.
It wasn't clear in the presentation. I actually thought you were a bank. Because I was going to talk about licensing.
Yeah.
So as we speak, you did mention you do have a banking partner.
Yes, about 4 of them in Nigeria.
Okay. Can you just walk me through a simple model, how it works? So I sign up to your platform.
Yep.
Do I select the bank that I want to bank with if you have 4 banks on the platform? How does it work?
The 4 banks are offering us a first service. So Nigeria, for instance, all the bank focus, which is on the CBN, is working on banking your banks. That is the illiterates, the older one from millennial upwards. Nobody's focusing on this younger one. So rather than the bank being our direct competitors, they became indirect competitors. They came to us and said, oh, you're building this, we can offer you this service. Oh, account issuing, we can do it. Deposit insurance, oh, I choose to do this. Debit card issuing, I choose to do this. So they are serving as infrastructure for us, pending when we decide to get our own license or become a microfinance bank or a full-fledged bank. Thank you.
All right, Team Sproutley, before you go, I know this is a bit unorthodox, but please bow to the people. You have done so well. Congratulations to the team from Nigeria, Sproutley. Up next is a team from Senegal. You can hear the rules in the room. I've even mentioned the company name, but yeah, there's a lot of excitement. Please help me welcome with a round of applause
Team Queen.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Ram Sok, and I'm with Quiddy. I am the founder and CEO. And so Quiddy is actually a B2B marketplace. The main frustration that I had was not finding Made in Africa products on shelves in international markets. Despite the fact that we have a number of trade advantages such as AGOA or the AFCFTA, despite the fact that we have a number of B2B marketplaces that are coming up in Africa, trying to duplicate the Alibaba model in Africa, we still find Made in Africa products representing a very small percentage of exports into international markets such as the US, Europe, or Asia. And so what we did is we said the issue goes actually beyond just the technology around the B2B marketplace. And you have to go all the way down to the core of the issues. That's packaging, that's making sure that you meet the standards, as well as access to market if you want to be able to see these products in stores such as Whole Foods. So what we've done is said what we're going to do is build the ecosystem, go beyond just the startup. Starting with a brand incubation program to make products export ready, with a distribution platform to be able to do digital distribution but as well as direct sales, and have a packaging center to be able to make sure that we ensure quality and production capacity. The brand incubation is actually a competition that we run every now and then where we select a cohort of local suppliers and work with them to make sure that the packaging is ready through branding, FDA standards, packing, as well as the distribution strategy. The platform itself is a digital platform. That's most of my background, but we also do direct sales with the focus of B2B, meaning with the lead time, with minimum order quantities, and making sure that the processes that are followed are actually processes that meet the standards for our particular customers. That also means providing them the option to select the type of packaging, the type of branding that they want if they want a private label. And we are able to do all this thanks to our packaging center, where we do packing, filling, quality assurance, and certification for these particular brands that we work with. And so we're starting in Senegal, a very small market, but that allows us to be able to test it. With the idea that we want to be able to expand very quickly, in 2023 we expect to be in 3 other African countries as well. The great news is that just 3 months ago we started selling. Very excited to just be able, this is my favorite picture of all time for 2022, is seeing our products on shelves at a store in Senegal. This is the American food store. Our traction has been great. In the last 3 months, we've seen our revenue grow 200% month to month. This month, we're about $25,000. Next month, we expect to be at $70,000, and in January, $100,000. We feel very comfortable about our projections, just knowing that the customers that we go with are recurring customers, large supermarket chains, hotels, airlines, those that actually give us an opportunity to be able to expand very quickly to other markets. Our pricing strategy is pretty simple. We basically set the margins based on the price that the bulk product costs from the supplier, and these margins can go between 10 to 200% depending on the product and the market that we're targeting. We buy the packaging and take into account those costs into our model. We're expecting to reach about $300 million in revenues by year 5, and to basically be able to reach profitability in less than 36 months. Our average gross margin to date is about 30%, and we're currently raising a pre-Series A bridge of $2 million after having raised a Series C of $1 million. Our key priorities when we get this money is to be able to sell. That's basically what we repeat to the team every day. We need to just go out and sell, to expand the Techie Challenge to other countries, as well as launch the platform and really be able to grow the platform on the technology side. Our team is, we are actually about 23 on the team. I am the CEO and founder. I spent 26 years in the US where I built a company, where I built 2 startups which I had the opportunity to sell. And now doing this in Senegal, I'm convinced that if we don't do this all together, we will not make it. So inviting you all to join me as we try to really change the perception people have of Made in Africa. So thank you very much.
That was a powerful presentation, and now to hear some questions from the judges.
Wow, wow, wow. You are visit.
Yes.
This is so exciting, and I love the fact that you're a woman and your team has a lot of women, so kudos to you guys. I mean, guys, don't take offense, but it is what it is. I'm so excited about your solution. Yeah, but my first question, are you currently only operating in Senegal? And then my second question is around your packaging piece. I think that's quite an investment you're making into the supplies that you're dealing with. So how are you pricing that to ensure that you continue to be efficient, and drive growth?
That's a very good question, and thank you for that. So in terms of the, I'll start with the second question. The main thing for us in terms of the packaging is that it became a necessity. We realized that we would not be able to sell if we did not do it. We're looking to fund the incubator program itself through grants. We see a lot of DFIs which are interested on the impact side that has in making sure that these products are being sold properly. We have partners in China, so most of our packaging today is actually, we do all the design and all the work around it, but we actually buy it in China for one of our partners, one of our investors has a resource available for us there. And that gives us the opportunity to buy the minimum order quantity, reduce the cost, and be able to integrate all of this into our revenue model. So what we've done is really figure out a way to integrate all of these different pieces of the ecosystem into the business model.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for that. When you initially presented your idea, I was going, oh, no, not another marketplace. But when you talk us through it, I got more and more excited. And what I like is that you're specific. You are creating a very specific and credible value proposition, I think. And it seems like you have real experience in understanding what it takes. So based on what you presented, I got the impression, my takeaway was that here's another marketplace, but you've been thinking about the specific problems much more than just a website to create matchmaking. My question is really mostly linked to you. I would love to learn more about you. You said you have a couple of companies or startups in the US that you exited.
Yeah.
Could you give us a little high-level background on what those were, how big they grew, or how large companies were they when you exited? Just get us a sense of your background and specifically also what they did, of course.
Sure, thank you. So I grew up a little bit everywhere around Africa, even though I was born in Senegal, and went to the US for college. And I basically pursued a Bachelor of Science in Broadcasting and Computer Science. So I ended up being a programmer. So that's really my passion. It's programming and writing code. And so after working for a number of companies, one of the startups I worked for moved to San Francisco, which is when I became an entrepreneur, or found out that I was an entrepreneur, when I came up with a solution to be able to send a song to somebody. And then that was in 2002. In 2004, I thought about the idea of being able to recognize a song that's playing around. This was before we had smartphones. I signed a deal with a small company at the time that was called Shazam in the UK and had the exclusive deal to use their fingerprinting technology, built the consumer application for it, and was the first to launch with AT&T and Virgin Mobile, and then in Canada as well. When I sold the company in 2007 is when Shazam was able to take over what I had done, the market that I had created to become who they are. So I don't take credit for being Shazam, but I do take credit for allowing them to grow.
So you sold your business to Shazam?
I sold part of it to Shazam and part of it to Gracenote, which was very interested in a different part of the solution that we had.
And how large were their business at that time in terms of users and so on?
God, we had about 2 million calls a month because everything was done through calls. It was a sole person company. I built it and I sold it at home, but I had a really good exit, knowing that afterwards Gracenote was also acquired by Sony, as well as Shazam, so that not only was there cash, but there was equity. That allowed me to be able to start my second startup. I already knew what I wanted to do, which was to introduce digital receipts into the US. My first customer was Whole Foods, thus the retail side, and we were known for really being, not for the consumer side, but for being the only ones that knew how to capture real-time data from the point of sale. at the SKU level, which the banks knew how much you bought, but they didn't know what you bought. We had all of that data, so we became a data analytics company, and I ended up selling the company as well. Not by purpose. Everybody tells me, do you just build to sell? No, it was through an initial joint venture with a data analytics company in Chicago, and after that, it just made sense for them to take it on because I knew what I wanted to do next.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's, I think that's very, very impressive. Congratulations with your success so far.
Thank you, thank you.
So far you raised 1 million.
That's correct.
Did you invest in that initial round yourself, or is it all external?
The million does not take into account about $200,000 that I had invested initially to be able to build up the platform and build up basically the initial part of the program.
Last question. Where do you live right now?
In Senegal. So I actually moved to Senegal to start Quiddy. That's how much I believe in it. Everybody always tells me, why would you leave the US to come to Senegal? It's the right time. Africa is where we need to be, and to me, that's the future.
I love that. I think the best talents actually are moving back to the continent. Right, Melissa?
Do I have time for a question? Do I?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
2 quick questions, and they're quite related. So what are your biggest challenges right now as a business, right? What would prevent you from achieving your ultimate goal? And the flip side of that is, why Quiddy, right? What makes you guys uniquely positioned to solve this challenge?
Okay, to me, they are related. Thank you for those questions. Just because we're going beyond just building a startup. We're building the whole ecosystem, the value chain. And I think the biggest challenge with doing that is obviously focus. You start with wanting to build a digital platform, then you realize you need to do packaging, then you realize you need to do some kind of production. Now we're realizing, well, our biggest risk is actually these suppliers need to be able to meet the demand. If we go to Walmart today and they place an order, how do we go about that? Where do we get the funding? Can we become a guarantor for them so that they can get the funding to be able to get to the next stage? We can't do it all, so we're trying to figure out how to do it through partnerships. Why Quiddy? Why us? I think it's because we're just taking a different approach. And thanks to COVID, it slowed us down and gave us the opportunity to really sit down and study every single one of those websites, study every single one of the trajectory, including Alibaba, including Amazon, to really figure out where they started, how they got there, and that work that we don't necessarily see that needed to get done in order to get where they are today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have one more opportunity for a question from the audience. We have a question in the back.
Sure.
Yes, please do come forward.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Steven. Is this sole founded, like, do you have a co-founder for this company?
I do not have co-founders, but I am so excited because now I have a COO who has a lot of experience with startups, but also just a number of other companies. It allows me now to be able to travel. And we have a very strong CTO as well, lead engineer, who's on the team. And we are now currently hiring to figure out how to build the middle management side of the team.
All right. So I'm asking because, like, I think I see a pattern where, like, most of the companies you started, you founded it alone. Is that, like, sort of a philosophy, or what do you think is the reason for that?
Actually, I was not supposed to start Quiddy alone, but I was apparently moving too fast. I get very passionate, and I just keep moving. And the person I was supposed to start with, she's still very involved in helping out here and there, but she just said, I have other priorities, and you just need to go. And I tend to not necessarily wait for the right partner to come before I just jump in. I just jump in and see where we go. And as the right people come along, we bring them on, because it is important for us to have the right people around.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And as has become tradition, a bow.
Thank you.
Well, it's getting heated, isn't it? I'm so glad I'm not pitching. But one team that is pitching next is a team from Ghana, ladies and gentlemen. And so please put your hands together for the team from Swerve.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kweku, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Soov. Before I begin, I'm really glad to be here. So, before I start, I'm here to tell you how we're transforming e-commerce logistics. This is not our first business. In 2020, we built an e-commerce platform in reaction to the pandemic. We're hoping to onboard SMEs that were disenfranchised and help them take their business online. We did pretty well, onboarding more than 800 SMEs and then helping them grow their business with up to $40,000 in sales. But then we quickly ran into a problem. A problem I'm sure everybody here is familiar with. Logistics is expensive. And nobody here is going to buy a product for $20 when delivery is going to cost them half of that. And the problem is massive. It's going to affect more than 40 million SMEs across the continent, 37% of them who are trying to get into social commerce, and growing 40% every single year. So we had an interesting idea. What if we could reduce the cost of delivery so that it's actually possible to buy from small businesses online? Our solution is really relatively simple. We've registered more than 200 of them, and then we digitize and standardize their business. So we make it such that you don't have to call or WhatsApp every single courier and test every single person, right? We onboard them onto our technology, and then we built a mobile application, a USSD shortcode, APIs for e-commerce, and a dashboard for larger businesses to allow them to access these services. The transaction is very simple. A customer can schedule a delivery up to 2 days ahead of time, allowing them to save a bunch of money. Because as they've scheduled ahead of time, we'll be able to use algorithms that we built in-house to organize and match customers going from the same location to the same destination, allowing them to save up to 80% of their delivery fees. Our service providers are then notified of whatever we've batched, and they're able to register and assign to any delivery the couriers they have on the platform. Our model allows us to do a lot of things. We are able to expand and serve many different use cases: express delivery, next day delivery, same day delivery, and even fulfillment delivery with almost zero overheads. Jemima is a typical example of the customers that we are serving. She was working with us even before we launched publicly, and she's done more than 1,000 deliveries with us, saved up to 80% of her fees, and closed even more sales and increased trust and patience with her customers. I'm sure a lot of you here who are into e-commerce would love to be like her. Logistics is extremely difficult, and it's a business that most startups shy away from. However, over the last 2 years, our traction has proved significantly validating for us. We've grown an average of 70% per quarter and 280% year on year. All our revenue so far has been mostly from delivery revenue, an average of $3 per delivery, which is 30 cedis. In Q4, we started experimenting and deploying with our storage partners a fulfillment product. And in Q1 of next year, we're hoping to roll out a subscription service, which we call our delivery operating system. Now, this delivery operating system is targeted towards customers like Ghana Post, who are in desperate need of digitizing their existing logistics infrastructure. We also work with larger partners like Jumia and MTN, and we are currently the exclusive partner for Yango when it comes to integrating their API for express delivery on the ground. We project that by 2025, we will be able to expand our business to serve up to $3.5 million in yearly annual revenue, serving more than 50,000 SMEs across the continent. You've heard this story before. However, there's a key difference between us and all the other startup logistics businesses, which is we are not deploying just another on-demand delivery business. We are extremely focused on efficiency and creating access to small businesses for logistics. My team has been working together straight out of college. We've been working together for more than 5 years. And in March of 2021, we were privileged to be chosen as one of the top 3 businesses for the Harvard New Venture Competition, as well as being selected as one of the 4 startups for $120,000 grant from Catalyst Fund. We are currently raising our first round of funding of $500,000, and we are actually already halfway through. We're hoping to get your support to roll our business across the continent. Thank you.
And now, judges.
Thank you. Thank you for a well-delivered pitch. You're addressing a big problem. If you can solve that, I think that will be a catalyst for a lot of value creation in many places and in many industries. But could you break down specifically what the current delivery cost is now? I understood the general delivery cost is like $8 per parcel.
Yeah.
And you said you saved a lot, but I think one of your example was that you saved 80%.
Yeah.
But if I understood your business model, my understanding was that you actually charge $3.
Yes. So the key difference is the existing suppliers are mostly on-demand businesses, courier services. So they take your order and they deliver it instantly. The difference here is because you're able to schedule ahead of time, we can match you with other people, and the courier can carry, instead of maybe 3 to 5 per day, we can carry up to 20 per single bike. So the huge efficiency gain is what allows us to charge so little. So we actually have a fixed model that charges a fixed fee across the entire city, which is 20 cities per delivery. We had to bump that up to 30 cities.
So what you say? So the delivery service is now 30 cities.
Yes.
And how much?
$2.50.
So that's $2.50.
Yeah.
Okay, so this dropped from 8 to 2.5.
Yes.
Okay. And how many deliveries do you have on a daily basis right now?
Today we're doing around 300.
300 deliveries.
Yes.
And is that 300 parcels or actual
stops?
Stops.
Different stops.
So how many parcels are we talking?
On average, 1.5 per stop.
Okay, so 450 parcels.
Yeah.
Are you making money on your current take?
Around 30%.
Yeah, but are you making money, or what kind of level do you need to be at in order for
We're
you?
marginally profitable, but we're not net profitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but if you have significantly more volume,
yes,
you should be profitable.
Yes, most of our cost right now is in OPEX. That is the engineering team and the people who are not doing the courier services. So once our volume overtakes that, we'll be net profitable.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Thanks.
So just a follow-on question from that. So per your projections, what will it take for you to actually become profitable? What time frame, what volumes?
We're projecting next year. Our current burn is around $20,000 per month. And next year, the revenue will be doing month on month. We're hoping to get to 50,000. That will more than cover the cost.
Which translates into how many deliveries, what volumes would you have to do to be able to hit that?
Around 25,000 per month.
25,000 deliveries per month?
Yes.
And you're currently doing how many?
5,000.
So what are you expecting to be different between now and next year when you hit the 25,000?
We've actually partnered with, the key focus here is with some of the group partners we're working with, these group partners. Jumia, we're currently working with them in just Accra. We're hoping to expand to Kumasi and a couple of other cities next year. MTN, that partnership hasn't started yet, but we are deploying in December. So those alone will cover more than half of the revenue we're expecting for next year.
Okay, but I think you will agree with me that the bulk of the traffic is in Accra.
Yes.
And so if you're already working with major partners in Accra and you're hitting it, will the other cities
That's all
give
SMEs.
you?
That's all SMEs. Jumia is less than 30% of our volumes right now, and MTN is 0.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Can you tell us a little bit about your competitive landscape?
So if you're considering Ghana, our competitors are people like Shark Express. Now, obviously, Express is an express delivery service. So we've actually had multiple conversations with them, and our approach with our competitors is actually to integrate them. So Shark Express has been providing express delivery for us for the past 3 months. They are one of the customers that we have. Yango, when they launched their delivery service, was also a competitor. And then we spoke to them, and then they actually built an API for us to integrate to do express delivery as well. So our approach with our competitors is actually to just focus on a different side of the market. We're not targeting express.
So when I order something this morning, 8 a.m., when do I get it?
Depends on the model you choose. If
It
you
depends
choose
on
the model. If you choose same day, you get it before 5 p.m. If you choose express, one of these guys will deliver it for you really quickly.
At a
But
little
it's
bit of
gonna
a
be-
higher cost,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are some of your key challenges to growth?
Biggest challenges in logistics, and my co-founder mentioned it, and I think people haven't probably figured it out, is in Ghana and in Africa, we don't deliver to places, we deliver to people. That is the biggest problem that we all face. So comparatively, an Amazon rider can do 180 stops per day. In Ghana, you're limited to up to 40 because you have to have a conversation with every single customer that you want to deliver to, and that's very limiting. So one of the long-term challenges that we have is trying to find a way to decouple that, either by asking customers to get some kind of box or by putting up a pickup station nearby where they can pick up from. That would multiply our efficiency by at least twice.
Great. Then you talked about your recent raise. That's my last question.
Yeah.
What exactly are the funds being deployed towards?
The funds are entirely used for expansion. So the delivery OS that we are building, we are working with a few strategic partnerships to roll it out across the continent. So that's going to be our focus for 2023.
I thought your comment about the delivery to a person instead of a place was very interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's that really helps understand the complexity. And interesting enough, I got a pitch deck this morning from somebody else that really tried to solve the addresses. So this is not really directly linked to your idea, but I guess my question to you is, how difficult is it for delivery services that there is no good addresses? And is a system that can really map the world with efficient addresses a good thing, or are people really relying on WhatsApp pin drops and other services instead?
So with our service, you have to pinpoint a location on a map, right? Look, addresses is not the biggest problem that we have. It's availability, right? You go to someone's house, they're at work. You go to their workplace, they're home. We've seen it, like we've had multiple.
No,
so
that was my
biggest
suspicion
challenge.
as well.
Yeah. So addresses is not
So
really
we
a big
should
problem.
pass on the address investment then.
How do you say that?
Thank you, thank you.
All right. So I think the biggest thing about your pitch is really the problem you are trying to solve for, which has only come out now.
Yeah.
I think you should have brought that out in the beginning.
That is one of the problems that we have to deal with. Logistics is something else.
At least you did bring it out in the course, yeah?
Maybe my last comment is that, you know, in a way this is a really boring problem, but if you solve this really well, it has massive impact.
Yeah. We've been discouraged multiple times from.
Yeah, no, I
looking
get
into
it. Because this is, in many ways, is not that sexy as a lot of other
not.
things.
Yes.
But hugely important.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Another round of applause for the team. And one question. One question from the audience. Is there a question from the audience? Yes, we have a question in the back. Not for you.
Not for you. Why are you?
We have a question in the back. Oh, guess what? It's from Team Henny.
Seriously.
Yeah, so I think having a little background from logistics, because that's for food delivery.
Yep.
I'll like boldly make this assumption that in Africa, a lot of logistics are more focused on demand. But from your solution, you are more focused on like scheduled deliveries.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been able to clearly differentiate like the opportunity between these two models. Like, can you boldly say that you have a larger share of people actually doing scheduled deliveries as opposed to the on-demand deliveries?
Yeah. So we started with a lot of competition when we started Swoop, right? They are gone, right? Because express delivery is not a sustainable model for most options, apart from food, right? So if you're not delivering food, everything else is our target market. Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
Even if it doesn't, that's it. Would you like to join him for the bow? Ladies and gentlemen, Team Swoop. And now we're going to take a dive straight down to the southern parts of Africa. From South Africa, please help me welcome Desert Green.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Tumelo Chilwane. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Desert Green Africa. So we're in agri-tech, transforming the informal agri-value chain, and with the vision to grow into an infrastructure as a service platform to decentralize food supply across the continent. Why are we doing this? Well, the nature of retail is informal in Africa. In fact, up to 90% of trade today still happens in the streets, in open-air markets and spaza shops. And it will continue to be so because it's cheap and it's convenient for the end user. But it's a complete nightmare for the farmers and traders. The main problem is that the demand and supply is completely invisible with high logistic cost and a lot of waste. And the main reason is because the demand is completely invisible with high logistic cost and a lot of waste. And So the demand supply is completely invisible with a lot of waste and high logistic costs. And if, okay. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. So, Desert Green Africa, we built Green Card, which is a B2B commerce platform for small-scale farmers where they are able to list crops that are available for sale or harvest. And upon demand, they can deliver to our mobile storage containers, and we ship to the informal traders within 24 hours using geolocation. And one of our other services is the Buy Now, Pay Later, which enables traders to buy stock in times of need or in peaking demands, and they are able to pay that back within 7 days. The informal value chain is big business in Africa. In the SADC region alone is about $30 billion, and about 46% of it is purely fresh produce, and we are looking to capture about 1.5% of this market. We charge a 5% commission on the farmers, and for the traders that sell cooked food, we have about a minimum of 18% margin on the crops that we move, plus the 1.5% transaction fee for the buy now, pay later. The competition is quite open, really. Most of it is traditional markets, which are completely offline. And on the agri-tech side, most of them are either focusing on formal retail, but our main differentiator will be our crop nutrition platform later and our ability to deliver to the home from the nearest trader. We're looking to do about $107 million over the next 5 years with a 42% EBITDA, and so far it's been quite the journey. We started on the crop nutrition side, but after a few challenges, we quickly learned that market access is actually the most pressing issue for small-scale farmers, so we pivoted. And ever since, we've won a couple of awards, one of which enabled us to launch our transactions earlier this year in July. And since then, we've gotten about 191 traders, and 54% of them are active weekly buyers. We're currently doing about $2,100 against a cost of 3.6 on a month-to-month basis, and we've been growing on 18%. And for the buy now, pay later, 93% of all the credit given out has been collected within 3 to 5 working days. We've got the right team for the job, honestly, with a combined 18 years experience ranging across crop sciences, soil sciences, sales and agronomy, as well as business development in the SADC region. And I think our most exciting vision is seeing us grow into a decentralized infrastructure as a service platform that will enable us to move produce from the farms to the traders and to the homes from the nearest informal trader, with a green element to it, just to care for the environment a little bit. I'll be happy to explain more in it. And we are currently raising a 250,000 seed, looking to grow our market locally, grow our team, as well as continue our product development. And we are inviting you to help us feed the future. Thank you.
I was sold on the feed the future. Questions from the judges?
Thank you very much. Yes.
All right, good. So you talked about currently raising. What are those funds exactly going towards?
So there's currently 4 markets in South Africa that we are looking at in Joburg. We are currently operating mainly in Johannesburg. Just about 2 weeks back, we started launching in Pretoria, so we are looking to hit the East Rand, the West Rand, and also some of the biggest townships, part of which is Soweto. So that's where most of the money will be going, and obviously to grow the team in order to be able to sustain those sales and continue with our product development, because one of the things that we realized, our MVP is a web-based platform, but techno-savviness is a bit of a problem with the informal traders. Most of them are slightly older women. Not that they don't know how to use phones, they just don't care for it, to be honest. So we now decided to start building a WhatsApp chatbot, because we actually communicate with them on a daily basis on WhatsApp. So we are building a WhatsApp chatbot that will be able to pick up local languages and just be able to automatically match available crops to demand. Yeah, so part of our key infrastructure is the mobile storage containers. We rent those from a partner. So the idea is to have these mobile storage containers as close as possible to the informal traders, so that our delivery cost is low, because we do the outbound to the traders for free. And so that's where part of the money will be gone.
mentioned that your next service is home delivery, fresh home delivery. Is that a need that you've I guess, experienced in South Africa? Are there people already doing that? And why would you want to step into that specific field?
So what we've noticed is that most people that buy from traders buy really because they are either on their way home or on their way to work, mostly on their way back home. But most of them would miss the opportunity to buy because they're either rushing to taxis, and when they get home, the only option they have is to buy from the nearest retailers, which are slightly more expensive than what they are used to in the streets. And further than that, we want to be able to expand the market opportunity for the traders so that they don't only get sales from people that pass by from them. We want to be able to open up the home market for them as well, which is why they are a critical part of the delivery to the home. We don't want to cut them out of the system. This is their livelihood, so we just want to help them build it better.
Thank you. I have some questions regarding your distributed model, and I like to learn more about the mobile delivery hubs. Well, I don't remember exactly the terminologies, but I understand that the farmers, they deliver to a mobile hub, and that's typically pretty close to the farmers.
Yes.
And one thing that always broken my heart when I think about the farm and agriculture in Africa is that there's so much waste.
A lot.
I mean, I think 50 to 80% sometimes is wasted. So can you walk us through how your model addresses the waste? How are you able to reduce the waste? And how much are you able to reduce the waste?
So first of all, the idea is to obviously get farmers to only harvest when, of course, there's demand, instead of the current system where they really harvest blindly, take it to the physical markets with the hopes that it will sell. At least in the case of South Africa, that's how most of the waste happens. These physical markets don't have cold storage containers, which is why we went for these mobile containers, so they are refrigerated. So when, based on the demand that we get from a trader, then we then trigger deliveries to come from the farmers, and they store the produce in our cold storage containers, and then within 24 hours we ship to the informal traders, which at least drastically reduces the chances of their produce being wasted while waiting for sale. Right. And post-harvest losses really start from the harvest itself. So when we start going into, because where we started with was our crop nutrition platform. So when we start going back to our crop nutrition platform after synchronizing the market, that's also one of the challenges we're going to look at in terms of advising them on exact planting dates based on the demand for these crops that we've seen from our data.
I think if you understand how much waste you're reducing, I think you can also build a very credible business case, both for yourself but also for the farmers.
100%.
Because clearly, if the waste is reduced significantly, their income will increase accordingly.
Yes.
Even if the price that you are able to resell it for is just the same as they typically get.
100%. And
could you comment on the pricing?
The pricing of?
Yeah, the price that you are able to buy the crops and the produce from the farmers. Are you, how do you get to those prices, and how is your prices compared to what the farmer would get themselves if they brought it to the market?
So in South Africa, we've got the national fresh produce markets that actually play a bit of a key role. So far, they are the center for pricing. Most of the fresh produce is...
So the pricing is pretty standardized?
At the moment.
Okay.
Yes. So, which is part of the things that we want to democratize the transparency to the price, so that because at the end of the day, it's just dynamics of supply demand. But because at the moment there's a central authority that controls, we don't really know how they came up with the price.
Do you have an assessment of how much waste you're able to reduce with your model?
At the moment, I think we are still a bit too small scale to be able to measure that, but it's definitely one of the key metrics that we'll be looking to measure.
I think that would be huge, because if you have a real track record in showing that, I think that would be super attractive for everything from donors to investors to farmers, and of course your own business model.
100%.
Very good. Thank you.
No, take it into consideration. Thank you.
Working. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. So I'd like to understand from your proposition. I saw currently you're not yet making a profit. If I looked at your cost versus your revenue, the revenue is lagging behind. So at what level would you be breaking even and then moving into profitability in terms of volumes that you need to see? And what are your thoughts around what needs to happen for those volumes to take place? I also like the targeted harvesting. I'm just asking myself, how practical, and realistic is it? I'd like to understand from you about that. And then I saw you have a buy now, pay later approach for fresh produce, that either gets consumed or goes waste. So, and did you mention that you have 93% payback or something like that? What's the size of that, and how can you continue to sustain, that approach in food produce?
Okay. Can you read just the first question, please?
What was my first question again? So it was around, oh goodness, I actually have profitability, thank you.
Oh, the profitability, okay. So we are looking to be doing around 400 tons in a month, and that's going to take about 300 traders on their buying side in order for us to break even. So at the moment, most of our buyers is actually traders that sell food. So their buying quantity is slightly smaller than the ones that resell the fresh produce. So one of the expansion plans is to actually hit the majority of the traders that resell the fresh produce, which is in Pretoria. So that's where we'll get our volumes to break even.
Okay. I had a buy now, pay later question. How sustainable
so
is that?
The reason why we went with the buy now, pay later is because these traders don't necessarily buy the food to eat themselves. They resell. So they are able to make margins on it and will always have the affordability to pay back, of course, with some time given.
How are you financing that?
So far, the Social Innovation Award from the SABF is they offered us a grant when we won last year, and that's how we are currently running the business.
Okay, so it's the grant that is financing the pre-purchase?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Desert Green. We're just going to make space for one question from the audience. Do we have a question from the audience? Yeah.
Okay, so just reiterating the question that she was asking, how does the target harvesting work?
Okay, so the thinking behind that is which is why we started on the market access side, because we want to build the data of how the demand is looking in each specific market. The demand of the crop, when it is consumed, so that when we take it back to our Green Farm Plans, which is going to be the crop nutrition platform, we're able to apply what is called degree days to be able to track by when you will be able to harvest approximately. And based on that, then we'll be able to connect the demand to the supply that is available on the ground.
You ready? Let's do it together.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to cap things off, to wrap things up on the pitches for this afternoon, we're going to head on to Kenya and invite onto the stage Hisa Inc.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Asuma, co-founder and CEO of a company called Hisa Inc., which is a wealth tech company out of Kenya, making it easier for anyone across Africa to save and build wealth through the stock markets. So at the moment, our flagship product allows anyone to invest in fractional US stocks, fractional Kenyan stocks, and US ETFs as well. We've been live less than a year ago, and we're growing tremendously well. So the problem we are trying to solve is less than 1% of the African population invest in the stock market, and mainly it's because of liquidity I'm sure most of you have tried either buying a share price, and it's extremely difficult because of paperwork, either even financially. I mean, you don't have the information and all that. So we're trying to make it easier for anyone to invest in the stock market through minimal investments, which is, I mean, fractional investing. Our solution, as I said, a simple mobile app that allows anyone to create an investment account within a very short time, invest in stocks, load their wallet via mobile money, and then easily buy an Amazon. If the Amazon is trading at 1,000 shillings or whatever share price, we break it down to as little as $5. And then through our app, users get to listen to podcasts, read news, and even communicate or share trading or investment ideas using the app. The solution is very simple: micro investments, which is our flagship product, which is a mobile app. The second bit of it is the B2B side. We are powering other financial institutions like fintechs, MFIs, banks, telcos, to offer investment services via our infrastructure. The other bit of it is we want to leverage on the work that we've done, the regulation bit, and offer that for the fintechs. As you might know, in Africa, for fintechs to get regulations is a bit difficult, but we've solved that in a very good way in Kenya. So how we've been doing this, we have a huge community that we built over time, which you can see over there. So we are trying to transform this from active readers into active investors. The total target market as per FDB, we are looking at $85 billion US dollars from Africa, the market for retail investments in Africa, and that's actually, it's significant. It's much more than that once we scope it out and bring on board more products. And when you look at, say, the advantage that we want to take, accessibility of mobile money services, internet penetration in Africa, and I mean, if you've been following closely, the crypto trading volumes are going extremely high. We want to target that towards the stock market. The traction, with zero budgeting, with zero budgeting marketing, we have about 1.5 million US dollars in GTV in less than a year, about 15,000 in revenue, about 11,000 active users. We are currently signing about four B2B clients and 26% growth month on month. The business model, 1% trading commission. I mean, trading commissions in Africa are quite high, so over 2%. We're bringing down that significantly to about 1%, and then make it easier for anyone to access, because basically our model allows us to scale faster, I mean, without branches and all that. Then on the FX conversion side, for example, if you want to convert your Ghana cedi to US dollar to be able to buy US stocks, we get a markup of 1.5% conversion on that. The other bit of it, which is on the B2B, it's an API to power banks and financial institutions to be able to offer investment services. The other bit of it, which is part of our roadmap, is to offer subscription services. So in a way, someone could pay $3, $4 a month, you trade commissionless, then you access investment advisory, with a subscription of say $3 per month. The competition at the moment, we tend to think of our competition as maybe banks, if they tend to offer this service at some point. But in Africa, we are looking at the likes of Bamboo in Nigeria, currently offering US stocks alone in Nigeria, haven't offered Nigerian stocks, and they have not really expanded to other markets. Maybe they have recently expanded to Ghana, and maybe a couple of others in South Africa. But our services are a bit different. So you think of it as Yahoo Finance and Robinhood. Roadmap, our roadmap is simple. Hopefully by 2023, we intend to be in at least 4 markets in East Africa and Ghana, hopefully, and then hopefully get an investment sort of banking license. The team, I myself worked at the stock exchange, so at the Nairobi Stock Exchange, so that I learned a lot about the stock market work, the challenges that banks were facing. My co-founder, our technical lead, also CTO, very experienced, one of the most technical people that I know. He's been leading the technical team. We've been able to build this internally. And then my operations lead called Eunice, she's been able to lead the people and the operations side of the business. The investment ask, we are raising $1 million at the moment. We have commitments of about 300,000 so far. We raised about 1.6K early in the year. We hope to get to 50 million in transaction volume by 2023. Current investors include founders of companies like Cash, which is one of the biggest unicorns in Africa. We have a Europe-based B2B accelerator called Startup with Guys. We have one of Kenya's leading investment bankers, one of our investors. And then we have Proximity Ventures, which is a US-based VC company. Yeah, ready to take any questions. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much for that presentation. It's a very investment banker, kind of presentation. So it suits your solution. A couple of questions from my side. You are looking to democratize investments, even beyond continents. So that's an excellent idea. Thank you very much for that. When you say you provide regulation, I'd like to understand, is it regulation? You mentioned fintechs, but then also for your clients, the individuals, do you provide regulatory advice, or is there a link to a regulatory window in your portal? I'd like to understand that. And also, if you can share a bit more about who your target market is. Who are your target markets? I didn't get that, very clearly.
Okay. First, on the regulation bit, these will be your MFIs or fintechs. So think of it this way. The investment space is very regulated. I mean, it's not like the other sort of credit or other sector. So ideally, it took us about 2 years to get the regulation right. I mean, to get all the necessary approvals from the US and Kenya. So we thought of it, why don't we offer this, package it in a very simple way. As a fintech, you come to us within 6 months. We've done the integrations. You don't have to go through the regulator because we handle some of the back office stuff. We handle some of this complex stuff. Then within 6 to 12 months, you plugged in and you are able to offer investment services. So that's how we think of regulation bit, specifically targeted to financial institutions, fintechs who are thinking of offering investment services. That's one. On the target sort of market, our target market is people who are, say, over 18, just started getting their first jobs, thinking of how to save and build wealth in an easier way. I mean, they use brands like, say, Amazon, all these African brands, MTN, Safaricom on a daily basis. They'll want to be shareholders. But then how do we make it easier for them to be shareholders in a very, very simple way with minimum investments? So which is fractional ownership of shares. Basically, that's our target. So, and we want to grow with them from the early stages they get their first income to the point whereby they can trust us to be their wealth management platform up to, say, when they're 50 or whatever years. Yeah.
So middle market, upper income kind of target. And do you have a size that you have scoped out?
So at the moment, we think of it, we are currently active in Kenya, but I mean, the opportunity is massive. It's across the continent. So when we tend to think of it, it's about middle class, and then people are actually getting their first jobs. So I mean, the opportunity is massive. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Fascinating idea. I actually thought about the map that you had. Could you go back to your map? That one. So interesting. And it just reminds me that when we issued equity incentives for employees in Meltwater, people in Germany was very skeptical. Why do you do that? What, don't you want to pay it instead? So all over the world, a lot of people were very open to equity, but Germans were very, very negative. And it shows clearly on your map. Mm-hmm. Germany is 5% is investing, in the United Kingdom is 33%.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I guess my question is really linked to, the technical plumbing. So you've done a great job in the regulatory side of things, which I'm sure is a massive hurdle lots of hurdles to jump through.
Yeah.
But how do you actually technically implement what you're doing? Who's your partners, and what are really effectively the barrier to entry for somebody else to team up with those partners? Because I assume that you're relying on a wide range of technical partners to execute on this idea.
Yeah. So on the technical bit, I will start from a team standpoint. We've been able to build most of this internally. So I have a very technical CTO, who's, is extremely good. Then on the other hand, we work closely with our partners. So we have a banking partner to handle settlements, which is ABSA actually, in Kenya. Then we have an investment banking partner, right? Then we have a broker dealer in the US. So extremely, it's a bit of...
But you need a real technical integration to make this happen, right?
Yeah.
If you are buying and selling shares via your app,
yeah.
you need a technical integration to some kind of trading system in the US, right?
Yeah.
And who does that? Which trading desk are you plugged into?
In the US, we use DriveWealth LLC, which is like the biggest broker dealer on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Yeah. So we connect directly via their APIs. Then we integrate directly to their APIs. Then they allow us to execute orders. The way the system works, in a way, we are the first ones to offer this product in East Africa. So, in a way,
from start to finish, how long time did it take you to do that integration and implement that into your app?
It took us about 1 year to do the integration. Yeah. I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Thank you.
But it sounds like, from a technical perspective, that the barrier to entry is not that great. It's maybe more the regulatory or the whole packaging or the regulatory side of things as well.
Yeah. So on the technical, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And part of the reason why we are raising funds, part of our pre-seed round is we've had banks ask us, you guys have a fantastic product. We'd like to offer offshore products or wealth management products. How do we leverage on your API, your infrastructure to offer this? So, and part of what we're doing is how do we now build out a proper technical team so that our API is very simple to integrate. Then we get the compliance right. That's how we're thinking about that.
What about integrating with large African stock exchanges? Is that hard, or would that be something that is on your roadmap?
Part of the reason I'm actually in Ghana is hopefully I can meet the Ghanaian Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
So there's something called Africa Linkages Program. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. So whereby they've integrated across different stock markets, and they piloted last week. So we've been our local stock exchange and the regulator have been extremely supportive, giving us access to some of these guys. So we hope to actually start integrating and pilot the same in the next year, in the course of Q1 or Q2.
I'm not really an expert in this space, but I would think that if you create an integration with the key stock exchanges in the African continent, you certainly also open up the market for all the diaspora and others that are very interested in Africa. And in that way, you will be maybe uniquely different than other players in the space as well. Just an idea.
Yes, we've actually thought of it. It's part of our roadmap in the medium term.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll be quick. So, two quick things. So, is the challenge in Africa that there isn't access or there is no interest? And if it's the latter, what is your company doing about that? Because I don't think we talked a lot about just education, right? So, and I think Amazing Grace spoke a little bit just about where you're exactly positioning yourself. I want to say it's middle to upper, who obviously have access to other stock markets globally, most likely. So why would they want to invest here? So those are just the two sides of that question. My last question to you would be, if you were not doing this, if you were not building HISA, what would you be doing?
Interesting. I'll start with the first one. About the target market. We tend to look at it, someone who's starting out, their new job, they want to save and build wealth. And hopefully, the way most Africans we've been saving is either when you start earning, you buy a piece of land, hoping that appreciates. Yet the opportunity in the stock market is massive. The growth that we've seen. And if Africans, we could participate in our own stock market, imagine the opportunity, invest in our own companies that are homegrown. That's where we see the opportunity. Target these people from a very young age, when they start earning their first income, and grow with them and help them build wealth with time.
But how are you changing that lifestyle? So like you're saying, and that is the case, right?
Yeah.
if I can buy land, right, and I know that next year the cost of my land is probably going to appreciate by at least 50%, and I'm comfortable with that, why would I want to listen to what HISA has to say? So what are you doing specifically to attract that market?
So maybe one of the things that we've done to change that is the perception around offering education bit of it. So before HISA, we built a financial media company, which is like one of the largest in Kenya or East Africa. So we tend to educate these users and educate them about giving them education, news, latest news. We are like the most trusted business and finance platform in East Africa.
What's the name of the platform?
Kenyan Wall Street.
That's your company as well?
Yes, it's part of the community that now it's part of HISA.
So that's how you educate the public,
Yes, that's how we educate the public.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second part?
Yeah. The second bit, if I wasn't doing this, what will I be doing? I will be an investment banker, either working at a bank, running their deals department. I think that will be what I'll be doing. Yeah.
My advice to you is do not become an investment banker. Your talent is much better served where you are. Actually, one last comment I have is, so investing in the US market may be interesting, glamorous, considered like an attractive thing to do. The one, and I'm not saying that's wrong, but the one comment I will make is that if people indeed locally would like to buy land or real estate, and you are already offering a fractional investment opportunity, maybe an interesting pathway forward will be fractional land ownership or real estate ownership, because then people are really investing in something that is close to them, something they have an opportunity to assess better. Because I think it's very hard for people anywhere to really assess, is Apple a company that should go up or down? These things are very hard. But if there's a land in a neighborhood, and you say, oh, that neighborhood, that should be promising. But of course, you don't have the money to buy that whole land. But if you offer fractional ownership of land or real estate, whatever it is, then you give access to those kind of investment opportunities, which maybe help your customers make a more intelligent investment decision. Because myself, I can readily admit, I don't even invest in the US market because I think it's so hard to know. And I'm been in the tech space for 30 years. And of course I have some inkling one way or another, but most of the investments that are done in the stock market in general is based on the latest buzz. And I think that is as likely to fail as it is to succeed. But of course what you have going for you is that the stock market in general over the last 20 years has had a significant growth. But that is the case everywhere, all over the world. And I don't know, but I would argue that the prospect of the African stock markets in the next 10 to 20 years are probably way more attractive than the US market. Anyway, that's just 2 cents from the peanut gallery.
Maybe to give you a bit of comments on that, the reason we started the US market, it was easier to integrate.
That makes sense. The
technology to integrate across African markets was non-existent.
Right.
So that's why we want to build out that and power the banks.
And also it's a credible stock market, right?
Yes.
So that makes total sense.
However, there's one thing that we are doing which we are piloting now. We've also received regulatory approval to pilot fractional ownership of Kenya government bonds. So hopefully we can take that across other markets. You can invest in a Ghanaian bond from Kenya, you can invest in a South African government bond.
I like that because if you invest in something that's close to you, you're better positioned to make a wise decision.
Yeah.
But I will still argue that bonds is very abstract. Yeah. It's very hard for people, the normal person normal person to make an assessment. Yeah. Is this bond more attractive than that bond, etc. Yeah. But if people's inclination is to buy land or real estate, and if you can help them with that and give them fractional access, I think that will be a massive opportunity. And with your experience, expertise, you can offer a whole portfolio investment opportunities, everything from stock, US stock, local stock, bonds, fractional ownership in real estate, land, etc. I think then you will do a total sweep. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have a question from the audience? Yes, we have a question from the audience on the back.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm actually Kenyan, and I've been following you guys. Congratulations on getting the bond licensing.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that you'd mention a bit of how you manage that, because I know that you guys are actually the first ones to achieve this in Kenya. From a regulatory perspective, I'm interested to know what that journey was, what it took, and how you did it, basically.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. So a bit about our journey. While we were building the media business, we were helping broker dealers in Kenya and asset managers build their software solutions, basically a mobile trading app, web trading apps. And then we really had a good relationship with the regulator, because every time we were working with these banks, they had exposure to the regulators. So, I mean, we had a very good working relationship with the regulator. So from the early stages, I mean, from the idea stages, we went to the regulator and told them, we want to work on this idea. I mean, how do we go about it? They will actually advise us, because they will advise us, instead of going this route, go this route. And I always say that I think Kenya is one of the most progressive regulators. I mean, you can easily work with them. They had something called a sandbox. So first we went through that. They told us, this is a mature product and there's need for it, and you already have partners. What we can do is, why don't we give you introduction letters so that you can onboard partners to start integrating into their system? And that's what gave us credibility. They worked with us from the point of, idea stage, to the point we did the integrations, to the point now we were launching to the public. And I'm sure you are following that online. You saw they were part of our launch when we launched at the stock exchange. Thank you.
You ready?
Good. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, and that was our final pitch for this afternoon. A big round of applause for all of the companies that pitched today. And you'll agree with me that it's been fun. It's been fun. It's been really, really fun. But the more fun bit is yet to come. We have two things we're going to do. First of all, we're going to say goodbye to the judges, because they're going to go off to deliberate, and the rest of us are going to go outside and party for 10 minutes. So when you exit that door, there are drinks for you to enjoy, and there are a few interesting pastries for you to engage in. You have 10 minutes to do that. I'm going to set my clock. In 10 minutes' time, we need all of you back here, and then we're going to hear who is going to walk away with that grand prize. Thank you.
The Mest Scale program is a bespoke venture acceleration program where we worked with 12 SMEs over the past 8-9 months in order to help them expand their reach either within the Ghanaian market or expanding into new markets.
I think it's been the first time to see this kind of effort of bringing together to, in many ways, brainstorm as value chain. That is a great topic to cover, and to me, this has been a great gathering for doing that.
Partnership between a financial institution and an institution like MasterCard Foundation, as well as Mest, helps to address the capacity building issue. And I think that out of the conversation, a lot of ideas have come up that I think stakeholders like us must take it up and see to what extent we can work with some of these ideas and feedback.
What we found with businesses is that they often don't understand what it means to be at that stage in their development where they're actively looking for investment. That's one of the areas in which we've been trying and working with organizations like Mest to promote and develop the ecosystem.
In all things, be intentional about what you do in your business. Know your business inside out from end to end, and be very intentional about knowing how your entire business works.
As a business owner and also manager, I've learned the various elements of a value chain. I've learned about partnerships and how to come together and do what I'm not able to do alone.
For all technical assistance programs, they are always good in trying to build capacity of industry players. I think today's program has been good and more of it should be run.
The Ghana Digital Innovation Week is GIZ's annual program that brings together stakeholders in the tech ecosystem. And for us, it's important to connect with the stakeholders. This event gives us an opportunity.
My session is on how to build and use a data room. One of the things that we've noticed is that entrepreneurs do not have an idea how in-depth a due diligence process could be like. And so it's important that they know how to build out their data room, to use it to their advantage when it comes to negotiation, and to put their best foot forward.
More often than not, you are sending already prepared documents to investors for them to look at. So you won't be there to be explaining things that don't make sense. So you have to ensure that you get it right as much as possible. There's nothing like a 100% perfect document, but at least you need to create the right impression in the mind of the investor.
When you're looking to scale up your company, you need to have these certain key areas nailed down, because if you don't, usually investors will find out and then it'll sink your case for raising capital. So that's why Deloitte's here to help guide business owners looking to move to the next stage.
There are a lot more investment capital flowing into Africa or Ghana. The real gap is that we are not able to translate these ideas into bankable projects. I think the idea is to be able to, one, convert your idea into a bankable project. That's where you need an advisor.
Fluna realized that for African SMEs, they don't have access to state-of-the-art resources that are available to others. So our solution is a platform where we can provide all the tools that you require. We have funding, that is, we provide short-term financing for companies. So for us, it's about democratizing these things and making them available to us.
The reason why women are generally a key component of our support is that we think that we have a better reach to help, one, drive financial inclusion, and the project of MasterCard Foundation is basically seeking to cure some of these gaps we see with women.
It's always great to find opportunities for partnerships and synergies. An event like this gives us the opportunity to do. And for us at Mest, this is the great benefit that these partnerships with MasterCard Foundation and ABSA bring to us.
ABSA Hacks is a program that's been put together by Mest Africa in partnership with ABSA. And essentially what we're going to be doing is to hack challenges in the fintech space.
As a bank, we believe that the world around us is changing. So the essence of this hackathon is to look outside of us and explore ideas and opportunities that are out there, bring it in and help us serve our customers even better.
There's so many people out there who can gain value by simply getting services from a bank. But now how do you connect these people to the opportunities that exist? And so the long-term value for us as a bank is to see how we can pick up these ideas, leverage them, and see what new insights have been raised that we can tap into and actually solution the market out there.
For the team that joins me on stage, let's welcome Team 9.
Hello, my name is Clement Kwetwamwesi, and we are Team Inside. The most interesting part of the hackathon for my team was how much knowledge we had to consume within the shortest possible time. Design thinking, trying to really understand the core problem that banks are really facing, and to also empathize on the users as well to be able to come up with the idea that we came up with.
Hi, my name is Benaya, and our team is Ejuma. Our experience in working together with other people has been deepened. We now know how to manage team dynamics. We now know how to split roles so that everybody has their role. We also know how to set realistic expectations, and if we ever encounter a challenge in future, we know that we have to push through. We cannot give up.
I think the key mandate for us will be to see how best we can bring one or two of the solutions that we've heard today to life, and at least that will be a success for all of us.
My name is Peter, and together we are Team Mest. It was fun and enjoyment altogether building the team. I've never been in an hackathon, but it's a mixed feeling across the team. Some of us feel so excited, and some people feel under pressure because we had to work on too many things at the same time. So that was the experience for us all together.
A very important thing for ABSA is our brand. Looking out for a partner, you want a partner who can match that brand quality. And Mest is known globally and in Africa for driving high value. They have amazing programs out there. And so when the time came to look for a partner, it was honestly a no-brainer.
Go home, enjoy, and remember, it's in your hands. Make those possibilities happen.
There was a short period of time to actually think about a problem, identify a solution, and pitch it. But the candidate did an amazing job. So now what we're looking to do is to pick up these and mine the ideas in there, the new opportunities. And hopefully these candidates will be available and we can reach out to them and work with them to take their ideas to the next level.
These are not ideas that are going to die after this hackathon. They are ideas that we will take as a business and work with to help us serve better even our society.
The Mest program is a bespoke venture acceleration program where we worked with 12 SMEs over the past 8-9 months in order to help them expand their reach either within the Ghanaian market or expanding into new markets.
I think it's been the first time to see this kind of effort of bringing together to, in many ways, brainstorm as value chain. That is a great topic to cover, and to me, this has been a great gathering for doing that.
Partnership between a financial institution and an institution like MasterCard Foundation, as well as Mest, helps to address the capacity building issue. And I think that out of the conversation, a lot of ideas have come up that I think stakeholders like us must take it up and see to what extent we can work with some of these ideas and feedback.
What we've found with businesses is that they often don't understand what it means to be at that stage in their development where they're actively looking for investment. That's one of the areas in which we've been trying and working with organizations like Mest to promote and develop the ecosystem.
In all things, be intentional about what you do in your business. Know your business inside out from end to end, and be very intentional about knowing how your entire business works.
As a business owner and also manager, I've learned the various elements of a value chain. I've learned about partnerships and how to come together and do what I'm not able to do alone.
For all technical assistance programs, they are always good in trying to build capacity of industry players. I think today's program has been good and more of it should be run.
The Ghana Digital Innovation Week is GIZ's annual program that brings together stakeholders in the tech ecosystem. And for us, it's important to connect with the stakeholders. This event gives us an opportunity.
My session is on how to build and use a data room. One of the things that we've noticed is that entrepreneurs do not have an idea how in-depth a due diligence process could be like. And so it's important that they know how to build out their data room, to use it to their advantage when it comes to negotiation, and to put their best foot forward.
More often than not, you are sending already prepared documents to investors for them to look at. So you won't be there to be explaining things that don't make sense. So you have to ensure that you get it right as much as possible. There's nothing like a 100% perfect document, but at least you need to create the right impression in the mind of the investor.
When you're looking to scale up your company, you need to have these certain key areas nailed down, because if you don't, usually investors will find out and then it'll sink your case for raising capital. So that's why Deloitte's here to help guide business owners looking to move to the next stage.
There are a lot more investment capital flowing into Africa or Ghana. The real gap is that we are not able to translate these ideas into bankable projects. I think the idea is to be able to, one, convert your idea into a bankable project. That's where you need an advisor.
Fluna realized that for African SMEs, they don't have access to state-of-the-art resources that are available to others. So our solution is a platform where we can provide all the tools that you require. We have funding, that is, we provide short-term financing for companies. So for us, it's about democratizing these things and making them available to us.
The reason why women are generally a key component of our support is that we think that we have a better reach to help one drive financial inclusion, and the project of MasterCard Foundation is basically seeking to cure some of these gaps we see with women.
It's always great to find opportunities for partnerships and synergies. An event like this gives us the opportunity to do. And for us at Mest, this is the great benefit that these partnerships with MasterCard Foundation and ABSA bring to us. The Ghana Digital Innovation Week is GIZ's annual program that brings together stakeholders in the tech ecosystem. And for us, it's important to connect with the stakeholders. This event gives us an opportunity.
My session is on how to build and use a data room. One of the things that we've noticed is that entrepreneurs do not have an idea how in-depth a due diligence process could be like. And so it's important that they know how to build out their data room, to use it to their advantage when it comes to negotiation, and to put their best foot forward.
More often than not, you are sending already prepared documents to investors for them to look at. So you won't be there to be explaining things that don't make sense. So you have to ensure that you get it right as much as possible. There's nothing like a 100% perfect document, but at least you need to create the right impression in the mind of the investor.
When you're looking to scale up your company, you need to have these certain key areas nailed down, because if you don't, usually investors will find out and then it'll sink your case for raising capital. So that's why Deloitte's here to help guide business owners looking to move to the next stage.
There are a lot more investment capital flowing into Africa or Ghana. The real gap is that we are not able to translate these ideas into bankable projects. I think the idea is to be able to, one, convert your idea into a bankable project. That's where you need an advisor.
Fluna realized that for African SMEs, they don't have access to state-of-the-art resources that are available to others. So our solution is a platform where we can provide all the tools that you require. We have funding, that is, we provide short-term financing for companies. So for us, it's about democratizing these things and making them available to us.
The reason why women are generally a key component of our support is that we think that we have a better reach to help one drive financial inclusion, and the project of MasterCard Foundation is basically seeking to cure some of these gaps we see with women.
It's always great to find opportunities for partnerships and synergies. An event like this gives us the opportunity to do. And for us at Mest, this is the great benefit that these partnerships with MasterCard Foundation and ABSA bring to us.
Mest program is a bespoke venture acceleration program where we worked with 12 SMEs over the past 8-9 months in order to help them expand their reach either within the Ghanaian market or expanding into new markets.
I think it's been the first time to see this kind of effort of bringing together to, in many ways, brainstorm as value chain. That is a great topic to cover, and to me, this has been a great gathering for doing that.
Partnership between a financial institution and an institution like MasterCard Foundation, as well as Mest, helps to address the capacity building issue. And I think that out of the conversation, a lot of ideas have come up that I think stakeholders like us must take it up and see to what extent we can work with some of these ideas and feedback.
What we've found with businesses is that they often don't understand what it means to be at that stage in their development where they're actively looking for investment. That's one of the areas in which we've been trying and working with organizations like Mest to promote and develop the ecosystem.
In all things, be intentional about what you do in your business. Know your business inside out from end to end, and be very intentional about knowing how your entire business works.
As a business owner and also manager, I've learned the various elements of a value chain. I've learned about partnerships and how to come together and do what I'm not able to do alone.
For all technical assistance programs, they are always good in trying to build capacity of industry players. I think today's program has been good and more of it should be run.
The Ghana Digital Innovation Week is GIZ's annual program that brings together stakeholders in the tech ecosystem. And for us, it's important to connect with the stakeholders. This event gives us an opportunity.
My session is on how to build and use a data room. One of the things that we've noticed is that entrepreneurs do not have an idea how in-depth a due diligence process could be like. And so it's important that they know how to build out their data room, to use it to their advantage when it comes to negotiation, and to put their best foot forward.
More often than not, you are sending already prepared documents to investors for them to look at. So you won't be there to be explaining things that don't make sense. So you have to ensure that you get it right as much as possible. There's nothing like a 100% perfect document, but at least you need to create the right impression in the mind of the investor.
When you're looking to scale up your company, you need to have these certain key areas nailed down, because if you don't, usually investors will find out and then it'll sink your case for raising capital. So that's why Deloitte's here to help guide business owners looking to move to the next stage.
There are a lot more investment capital flowing into Africa or Ghana. The real gap is that we are not able to translate these ideas into bankable projects. I think the idea is to be able to, one, convert your idea into a bankable project. That's where you need an advisor.
Fluna realized that for African SMEs, they don't have access to state-of-the-art resources that are available to others. So our solution is a platform where we can provide all the tools that you require. We have funding, that is, we provide short-term financing for companies. So for us, it's about democratizing these things and making them available to us.
The reason why women are generally a key component of our support is that we think that we have a better reach to help, one, drive financial inclusion, and the project of MasterCard Foundation is basically seeking to cure some of these gaps we see with women.
It's always great to find opportunities for partnerships and synergies. An event like this gives us the opportunity to do. And for us at Mest, this is the great benefit that these partnerships with MasterCard Foundation and ABSA bring to us.
The Mest program is a bespoke venture acceleration program where we worked with 12 SMEs over the past 8-9 months in order to help them expand their reach either within the Ghanaian market or expanding into new markets.
I think it's been the first time to see this kind of effort of bringing together to, in many ways, brainstorm as value chain. That is a great topic to cover, and to me, this has been a great gathering for doing that.
Partnership between a financial institution and an institution like MasterCard Foundation, as well as Mest, helps to address the capacity building issue. And I think that out of the conversation, a lot of ideas have come up that I think stakeholders like us must take it up and see to what extent we can work with some of these ideas and feedback.
What we found with businesses is that they often don't understand what it means to be at that stage in their development where they're actively looking for investment. That's one of the areas in which we've been trying and working with organizations like Mest to promote and develop the ecosystem.
In all things, be intentional about what you do in your business. Know your business inside out from end to end, and be very intentional about knowing how your entire business works.
As a business owner and also manager, I've learned the various elements of a value chain. I've learned about partnerships and how to come together and do what I'm not able to do alone.
For all technical assistance programs, they are always good in trying to build capacity of industry players. I think today's program has been good and more of it should be run.
The Mest program is a bespoke venture acceleration program where we worked with 12 SMEs over the past 8-9 months in order to help them expand their reach either within the Ghanaian market or expanding into new markets.
I think it's been the first time to see this kind of effort of bringing together to, in many ways, brainstorm as value chain. That is a great topic to cover, and to me, this has been a great gathering for doing that.
Partnership between a financial institution and an institution like MasterCard Foundation, as well as Mest, helps to address the capacity building issue. And I think that out of the conversation, a lot of ideas have come up that I think stakeholders like us must take it up and see to what extent we can work with some of these ideas and feedback.
What we found with businesses is that they often don't understand what it means to be at that stage in their development where they're actively looking for investment. That's one of the areas in which we've been trying and working with organizations like Mest to promote and develop the ecosystem.
In all things, be intentional about what you do in your business. Know your business inside out.
All right. Let's settle down. Let's settle down. Thank you everyone so much. I hope that break was good. One of the things about breaks like that is I always feel bad for those who watch on Facebook because they can't participate in what we did. But shout outs to everyone who is still tuned in, logged on and enjoying the stream. We had a good time. The judges clearly had a good time. They are smiling, so I'm guessing they've made a decision. But before we get into the announcement of who our winner for today is, I'd like to call up on stage Melissa to give a bit of an acknowledgement, and we have some very special presentations to do. So Melissa?
Sure, thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you all. So just a quick bit, for those of us that don't know too much about what we do here at Mest, we invest in people, we invest in businesses, right? Here at the incubator, we actually invest capital and of course support, right? Long-term coaching and business support for our companies. And we honestly would not be able to do this successfully without our partners. So I want to start by just saying a quick thank you to the partners for today. I'll start with Impact Hub Dakar, YFlix, Google, Capianto, Paystack, APSA, Codelin, Henny, Dream VC. We're really thankful to all of you in supporting this event. Now I want to talk a little bit about the winnings, all right, what we have at stake today. So many of the support did come through our partners. So we have exclusive mentorship support from Dream VC, complimentary working space at Impact Hub. We have exclusive and complimentary plans from Capianto, a 15% discount on hiring engineers from Codeland. That's huge, big discount. And coaching and support from the Mest incubator, right? The Mest portfolio team, that's us. And of course, the #1 cash prize of $50,000 investment, right? And this has really been made possible from our partners. We've had an amazing year with ABSA. We are truly looking forward to another wonderful year, more MAC events, and more support, of course, for the ecosystem, which is why we're all here. So just to say a quick thank you before we move into announcing the winner, I'd like to invite up some of my favorites, Amazing Grace. If you could come and join me up here. Let's keep the round of applause going. Justice Amagashi. Stand next to me. Horatio Dodu. Horatio, I thought you would stand up before I called your name, because you know your name is in here. And Kojo Nyarko, please join us. So on behalf of the entire Mest community, on behalf of the entire MAC planning team, we want to really thank you guys for an amazing year. We thank you for your support of the businesses across the continent, and we know that together we can make a true difference. We'd like to present you with these gifts. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Right. Right. No, apparently I get paid, so I don't get a box. So that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Next up is the big man in the house. Doesn't talk much. He hasn't been on my show yet, so I'm a bit disappointed about that. But I'll make sure I get an interview with him before the close of the year. John? John. Okay, so let's do it together. On 1, 2, 3. Okay, so next up, and you're all going to do this to me. Next up is a very interesting gentleman, and his name is?
Okay, thank you for that. So, yes, the judges were deliberating. And I have to say, I thank you to, all the people that presented. It was really inspiring. And back home, people are wondering, why do you go to Africa all the time? And I can say, I'm going to Africa because every time I go, I get so inspired. And the pitches today, I thought, was showcasing the breadth of talent, the breadth of opportunities, and also give all of us an opportunity to dream a little about what can happen if either of these companies were successful. Because if they were successful, they will create massive impact. They will touch a lot of people's life in a very positive way. And also potentially create lots of jobs and create some very wealthy entrepreneurs. So I think all of them should have a big round of applause. Because they are all winners, and I don't think it has been expressed properly, but from all the startups that was qualifying across the continent, we chose the winner in each region. So all the people that pitched today in the Mest Africa Challenge final are the local winner. Local winner in Nigeria, local winner in South Africa, in Kenya, in Ghana, and of course Senegal. So I think that's an important thing to acknowledge. So when we did discuss the different startups, we found some strengths and weaknesses of all the companies, of course, because this is early days and so on. So I'd like to very quickly touch on each of the companies to give you a little color on what we as a judgment team, or not judgment team, judge team, the team of judges was concluding. So if you start with Sproutly, I think Sproutly, from a presentation and pitch, was seduction from start to end. What an amazing pitch. Suave, elegant, articulate, very, very compelling. I think the counterpoint was really, it was a little hard to really pinpoint the specific problem. And often the true merit of an idea is the crispness of its simplicity. How crisp is the idea? How crisp is the value proposition? And I think there was everything from banking for minors to, helping students with their tuition. So I think there is some work that can be done on the crispness. And of course, when somebody is that persuasive, you always wonder a little bit, is this mostly a PowerPoint tiger, or is there real substance behind this? But that was a little bit of a reflection on the first one. I think Quilly, I think a very impressive entrepreneur. An entrepreneur that's already been out there, hustling. And if you are hustling and succeeding, that says a lot about the person. And to do that all by yourself, which is actually a challenge, because typically you need team members, co-founders, etc., to help you. But a proven entrepreneur. But maybe on the flip side, and I kind of alluded a little bit to that initially, is an idea we heard so many times. How, of course, it's a big opportunity, but I think there's some challenges with the idea. There are lots of others that have tried, lots of people that have been pouring lots of money, lots of time, lots of effort into this, and many of which have been very smart and accomplished. But nevertheless, we always come back to the person. At this stage of our company, you typically invest more on the person than really the idea. Swoov, local Ghanaian champion. Trying to solve, I wouldn't say a boring problem, but a problem that may not be so sexy. It's reduce the delivery cost for each parcel. But as we talked about earlier as well, if you do that, and if you do that well, massive impact. Significantly improved revenue for all the small different merchants. Significantly more trade, adding to the overall economic development. So it's an important problem to solve. Maybe the flip side is that such a problem is extremely hard to scale. It's lots of execution and scaling issues in every place you go. You start in Ghana, well, you really start in Accra. Even different parts of Accra. Then you move to another city, and you have the same problem. You need new partners. You need to solve real new problems locally. So as an idea, as simple and crisp as that is, reducing the delivery cost per parcel from $8 to $2, very crisp, very strong. To execute on it is very hard, and certainly on the scaling side. Desert Green, one of the ideas that maybe have one of the biggest impact across the African continent. Of all the ideas, I would arguably this idea can have the biggest impact for the continent. It feels like the idea is still a little early days. I wish it was even more crisp on reducing the waste, showcasing the benefit both to farmers and to traders, or to everyone, all the stakeholders in the ecosystem. I do think it is an idea with a lot of promise, but I think the key challenge here is to take a good idea and to execute on it, and to actually make it scale, become a viable and valuable business for all the different stakeholders. Hissa, very compelling and trustworthy presentation. if you're pitching investment in stocks or investment idea in itself, I think trustworthiness is very, very critical. This was a person that came up on stage, calm, credible, did not oversell, but seemed very confident. And one of the things that I also love when somebody come on stage, the first thing they do is to do a big smile. And he did that. I think maybe the counter-argument is, why do we create technology and solution to send money out of the continent? And how big of a problem is this really? Africans want to invest, but is US stock the main target of investment? Would there be other type of investment that would be more relevant? And thus help HISA become a big business. So those were the really kind of pros and cons, if you like, for the different startups that we looked at. And before we actually go to actually announce, and what we're going to do, we announce 2 runner-ups and 1 winner. But before we go there, we want to make sure that everyone understands that all the speakers, all the pitches are winners. And maybe, Melissa, you can go through what everyone will win.
Sure, I will do just that. Get my mic on. All right. Am I on? Yes. All right, so I'll quickly go through. And as Jorn said, each of them is already a winner. There are some perks that we've already shared, of course, including pitch practice and other support. But each of the top 5 will be getting coaching and mentorship support through our partners, as well as long-term support through the portfolio for the 2 runner-ups. The main winner, of course, will also receive the prize of investment from the Mest portfolio, along with the other additional prizes, including mentorship, of course, services from Codelin in recruitment, and support with Paystack, Google, and our other partners, including APSA. So that's just a little bit about the prizes.
All right. So with that, I'm ready to announce the second runner-up. And the second runner-up is Sproutly from Nigeria. And then the first runner-up is HISA from Kenya. And then the main winner of the Mest Africa Challenge 2022 is it is nobody else but Kwili from Senegal. Woo!
Speech, 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 speech.
I feel like Sadio Mane winning the World Cup. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you. This really means a lot to me. I know sometimes people look at my background and they say, you know, why is she even still doing this and everything? It's really a passion from the heart, and it's never easy. Every time we start, we question ourselves, we doubt ourselves, and we feel lonely out there. And so really having this recognition always gives us that, just that push that we need, that confidence that we sometimes need. When things get a little difficult, it's always important to be able to remember that we have a network around us. And really, you guys have just been amazing. To me, that's the winning part. We talked about it before. We don't like the idea of saying there's a winner or not. The winning was really being able to meet each other, to figure out how we might be able to work together moving forward and building this community one step at a time. So thank you again to everybody, and really appreciate it.
Can we have all the finalists up here? And then we take a group photo.
That was immense. That was immense. Congratulations to all of you guys. And I hope for everyone in the room, this is inspiration, because it's, look, I've interviewed an odd 300 or more technology entrepreneurs in Ghana and from all over the continent. And I must say you guys are like super, super impressive. All the best to you. And keep making solutions. And to everyone else in the room as well who has an idea or is working on an idea, I really wish you all the very best. And these are the opportunities that just give you that extra push to just go on and make things work. And as we wrap up for today, I'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone who made today possible. A big thank you, of course, to the APSA team, been with us right from the beginning all the way till now. You guys have been awesome. And we look forward to next year. As Horatio said yesterday, it's going to be bigger and better next year. All the learnings and everything is going to be so great. Well, this is where we draw the curtains down. However, we have a bit of chilling to do outside. I'm sure you saw the mixologist's table and things in the corner. Please. So apparently, the rest of the team is already at the party. But the ones who are here, Abna, everybody else, we need you up here for a photo. I think you guys deserve it. You guys have done a wonderful job. Organization has been immense and perfect. Loved it, totally loved it. So everyone who counts themselves as part of the organizing team, please, we need you up here. Yes, Horatio too. Ashwin likes to take his picture in the back. Come on. Woo! Woo!
So we'll do one fun one and then we'll do Mest Power. Is that okay?
Please add APSA Power too, so they don't feel left out. All right, so one fun one. Let's have a fun one. On 3, 2, 1, fun one. Then let's have an APSA Power one on 3, 2, 1. And finally, let's have the Mest Power one on 3, 2, 1. Mest Power! All right, guys, thank you so much. Let's head out and enjoy ourselves. Great drinks, and make sure you connect and network with someone tonight. My name is Philippa Sean. It's been a pleasure coming your way. Enjoy the very best of the evening. Thank you so much.